just have another. Okay. Okay. You can just introduce yourself and then you
I
start.
take it over. Okay, thank you. Okay, good morning once more. I'm Collins Owor. I work with the East Africa Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency. We are based here in Makerere University, actually SEDAT. I'm thankful to be considered for this particular event. I know the previous speaker said that he was set up. I think, Sylvie, you set me up. It's my first time to come to law school, so I had to be the first person here, just to trace where it is. I'm happy to be here. So basically, I want most of my reviews are not more so inclined to the academic angle, but I'll talk about the policy implications. Considering that our organization promotes both renewable energy and energy efficiency practices within the region. So I'll just follow the precedents and start with the first abstract that I reviewed. So basically, the abstract was based on research that's yet to be conducted. That's one thing that I noted. And some of the, maybe I'll share this with the writer later on. Maybe she will go into the final details of it. But basically, what I could get as a policy implication is that it talks about results-based financing for promotion of rather access of clean cooking technologies and fuels, what we normally call clean cooking solutions. So this is based on Rwanda, in Bugesera. But the challenge that I had with it is that in one section is that it talks about expected outcomes, expected results, yet we understand that research is something that is an endeavor where you want to find out something at what will be the results. But if you already know the results, what will be the main import of actually conducting the study? So basically, it ventures into the realm of speculation. I think that was a drawback. That's one of the drawbacks that I encountered. But when you look at the policy implication of having RBFs, financial mechanism which actually can promote clean cooking solutions, particularly we talk about clean cooking solutions are quite new in our region, and actually the rate of access is quite low. So not so many companies, not so many private institutions that promote clean cooking solutions have ventured into some of our markets. From the presentations before, I think we can appreciate the fact that charcoal and firewood are still the main fuels that are being used. Of course, together with the technologies which are not quite advanced. So for a private sector organization to come and advance clean cooking solutions in this particular region, whether it's Bugesera, whether it's some part in Tanzania, or whether it's within here in Uganda, private sector runs on money. They need to make profit. So RBF basically is that thing which incentivizes them to come and venture into new markets, and also it helps them de-risk market entry. One of the things that could be replicated, it's something that can be replicated, the RBF concept, it could be replicated within the whole of Rwanda. I want to believe It could be done here in Uganda, it could be done in the region and also continentally in Africa. So that's a policy implication that comes forth. The only challenge, the other challenge is that it was quite, though the guidelines were not there, the number of wordings. So, but I believe that most abstracts will be around 250 words, so it's past that. The methodology is too detailed as well. Maybe that one they can be able to look into it. Thank you. Then the next one is on the next abstract that I reviewed was let me just follow the order. The one on DRC, I want to believe. No, let me just work on the one from Kenya, the one from Kuno School, which was the last presenter. I think maybe my feeling was that it's a fairly well-written or rather thought-out write-up, considering that the clean cooking transition, it's something that we have to look at a multi-pronged approach to be able to realize clean cooking transition. It can be, there's some effort actually from the public sphere, the private sector. We also need to also promote clean cooking transition, not only within households, but also within our institutions. So, by the mere fact that they are promoting the idea of a school, a primary school, as a hub for the green energy transition, that is something that's actually welcome. And in terms of policy implications, Kenya as a country, actually, there's a policy directive already from the president to enable transition within schools up to 2025. We're already in 2025, almost coming to an end. I don't know whether that will be met, but such a venture, such an idea of developing biochar within a school, it's important in that this clean cooking fuel is being generated locally. We talk about the clean cooking transition, yet we import much of the technologies, much of the solutions from outside our countries, outside our continent. Or even if we are to use transitional fuels like LPG, most of them are imported from the Arab world. Let me not use the Arab world, but Middle East, of which it creates a lot of challenges in that transition is not just. So by using local solutions like biochar, we see these are things that can be replicated, and it can promote multi-fuel adoption for schools and also other institutions, not only schools. This is something that can be used for other social institutions, perhaps hospitals that have a number of patients, that cook for patients. So that is the key policy implication, and also by the mere fact that he talked about biochar can also be used to undertake soil amendments to improve soil fertility, so that food production can be undertaken within those particular setups. And by food availability, we see that we can easily promote school feeding programs, which have implications on also the academic outcomes of pupils and students, as it promotes enrollment and retention within our primary and secondary schools. So that is something that can actually be replicated not only within Kenya, but also in other countries. One of the most important things is that this particular initiative is something that is a strategy that can be used, that can be captured particularly within the local strategies, the local policies of maybe Garissa County. But other counties within Kenya have an opportunity to actually develop strategies based on some of the resources that are available, perhaps maybe the substrate that was making this biochar. We talk about maize, stalks, and what have you. Maybe in another region, another substrate is available. Of course, contexts differ. But even here in Uganda, we could have perhaps district strategies for promotion of clean cooking that go hand in hand in promoting clean cooking. In Tanzania, we could talk about the provinces. So that's one of the policy imports that I could get from that particular write-up. Then the last one that I reviewed, the abstract was from Professor Muzaliwa, Democratic Republic of Congo. The write-up is quite timely, considering we all appreciate the context, the security context in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, and the issue of deforestation and charcoal making has actually been linked to the tense security situation there, particularly competition for natural resources, deforestation for timber, and also charcoal making, and the mere fact that communities around that particular region have a belief that it's customary to be able to abstract natural resources from these particular forests. And of course, that's creating a challenge in that, in as much as the forest is within the DRC, the Congo forest, by extension, is considered, of course, the second largest carbon sink within the world after the Amazon. So it plays a vital role, that particular forest, in regulating climate, the climate of the region and the world. So it's very important that this particular forest, or rather the resources therein, be conserved. So of course there's conflict between what the national provisions allow and also the expectations of the communities. The good thing about this particular write-up and some of the recommendations is that it proposes the kind of proposals localizing these particular provisions of the framework, is that it can create an opportunity for sustainable production of charcoal where there's no conflict between how the communities can be able to draw their livelihoods from these particular forests, and also how perhaps the national authorities, or rather the implementers of the national policies, perceive them as a threat. And also, this particular thing could be good, particularly for sustainable charcoal production. That's for the local, so that they can enhance their livelihoods, and also can basically be can be considered for a just transition, because we had earlier on the first Dr. Zahara had talked about the issue of gradual transition. The transition cannot be immediate. If it is immediate, of course it will leave other people behind, which will not augur well, will not realize some of the things that we want to realize with some of these international and national frameworks. So regionally, it is good. It is good in that it can be able to control the issue of the illegal trade of wood products, and also for charcoal, the illegal smuggling of charcoal across the borders, if at all the provisions can be addressed. Then the paper is also timely in that it can be able to address some of the security, or rather alleviate some of the security situation within the DRC, the Eastern DRC. Not all are coming from geopolitical factors, but also from competition for the vital resources. So there's also just a gap. They have identified a gap in terms of lack of state authority. Then the only challenge with the write-up is that the methodology was not quite clear. Maybe that should be considered, so that they do. An abstract needs to be very concise, but logically flow. Then, in terms of, we don't need citation in an abstract, but the recommendations were quite well informed based on the local context, or how I do understand it. But also finally, this particular write-up is something that can be used, not necessarily within the DRC, but also to it can, some of the provisions or other recommendations can be scaled to other regions. With Somali recently joined the EAC as of last year. They also have a problem of charcoal making, and which has a link to terrorism, funding of terrorism activities. So those are some of the areas that come to mind where this could be replicated. I submit. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Collins. Next, we shall have Dr. Dan Gawirano.
Thank you again. In the interest of time, I'll go straight into it. I hope that this time does not conspire against me as well. All other factors seem to be against me. So yes, the paper is definitely very well written, very interesting. I think it's one of the drafts that I've reviewed, and you barely find a typo. So I must commend Dr. Zahar again for that. But it also raises very important issues. I'd already highlighted some of them. You know, it presses the rural woman, the woman in Acholi sub-region at the center of the, you know, energy transition agenda. And of course, the focus on Acholi sub-region is also quite an interesting perspective, given the, you know, the challenges the region has had, but also the fact that they have been at the receiving end of charcoal bans in this country. You know, the right to access energy, the right to energy cannot be taken for granted. You know, in the contemporary human rights instruments, you don't quite have it specifically articulated, but Dr. Nampeo does a very good job to buttress it nonetheless in existing rights. So that's also something that I found very critical, namely the, you know, the International Convention on Economic, Social, Cultural Rights, CEDAW, and others. The methodology is also quite well articulated. Largely, the paper takes a qualitative approach with focus discussion groups being the central data collection methods, and you can actually feel and, you know, see the actual voices from the field, which is not something, again, that we legal scholars always bring out. So again, that's something that I found quite great. Of course, the paper is also well grounded in theory. It relies on the sustainable livelihood framework and the feminist political ecology to support the enhanced protection of the right of rural women to access energy. In this case, it's particular on women participation in the charcoal value chain. There's also a clear, and I must emphasize, normative articulation of the tensions between the global agenda for clean energy and the national development agenda on one end. So the global agenda and the national agenda seem to be in sync. But then on the other hand are the complex local dynamics, particularly the participation of women, generally gender, broadly gender, but more specific rural women in the charcoal value chain, which Dr. Nampeo earlier articulated very well. And of course, reliance on and clear articulation of legal provision in the Constitution, national laws and policies. Okay, that said, I have a few comments, suggestions. One is about the literature review, and I think Professor Kasimba has touched on it as well. So I find the literature highly focused on the dangers of charcoal production and use. There seems not to be, sort of quite some sufficient literature on the tensions and dynamics, which is quite the central question here. So the paper tells us about the dangers of charcoal use, charcoal production, but does not sort of give us the feel of those tensions and dynamics. And it could be that there is no sufficient literature on that, but I think if that is the case, it may be helpful to highlight it, and then that, in any case, makes even a stronger, makes the contribution of the paper much stronger. So I'm glad Prof. Suggested a few readings, perhaps that you could consider in that respect. And then there are important legal frameworks that I believe ought to have been included in this, particularly the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Convention, because these are, in any case, the foundation of this whole global energy, transition debate, and to some extent a source of the tensions that arise then between, culture, local approaches, and the global approaches. So I think a mention, at least, of these two would be quite important. The other is the UN RED Plus. As we know, Uganda is a member of the United Nations Reducing Emissions from Deforestation and Forest Degradation Program. And, it's taken quite a number of steps towards this, by, among others, developing something like a national RED Plus strategy and action plan, which in many ways also influences the national approaches. So again, this is something that I thought perhaps needs to be highlighted when talking about the important legal frameworks. Now, and here I may seem unfair because I derived these comments from the findings from the paper. Some of them were unknown to me until I read the paper. But at the same time, I find that there is quite a huge mismatch between the study hypothesis and the findings. It's like when the paper set out, it set out to look at this gender dynamics and tensions. So there was a presupposition that there is actually some tensions somewhere. But the findings seem to tell us something different. First of all, the overwhelming finding is that women are spectators or small-time participants in the charcoal value chain for several reasons, particularly the women in Acholi sub-region, culturally, socially, economically, issues of access to land, issues of culture that, men do most of the work in terms of preparing and burning the trees for charcoal, but also the reality that, okay, maybe I'll come to that. Secondly is the finding that 80% of the women charcoal dealers in Acholi sub-region are actually, and I get this from the paper, Baganda women. So we focus on the woman in Acholi sub-region and making a case that, look, the energy transition should take into consideration that woman, but actually the participants in this chain are men and two women from other regions. So I found that to be quite a mismatch and perhaps something that may need to be further looked into. But there's also the reality that charcoal is much less utilized in households as compared to, say, wood. Again, from the paper, the statistics are that only 20% of Ugandan households rely on charcoal as compared to 80% that rely on wood fuel. So then the question that arises is, why should we emphasize more of charcoal in this case? And it even gets stronger when you go to Acholi sub-region, where most of the these are national statistics, but when you get to Acholi, most of the cooking is actually is more of wood fuel. So why should we push for charcoal when there is wood. And then, of course, there are things, again, from a legal background, national and international obligations, particularly on the right to a clean and healthy environment. Where do we put all this? Where do we draw the balance between access and utilization of these energy mechanisms and these national, articulated in the Constitution, which again the paper highlights. But there are also local regulation, local bans on charcoal production, and I think Professor Kasimba has highlighted that Kitgum has been at the forefront of an ordinance. So a local realization that charcoal use and production is undesired. So in that case then, if the idea was that the transition is rushed, the transition is imposed, how do you reconcile it then with those realities that some local councils have come out to not just condemn but take steps? It's quite a big step for a local government, for instance, to take that. So meaning that local communities also perhaps realize the dangers of charcoal. Okay, national protections I'd already talked about. But I think the other important part, because while it's not explicitly mentioned as one of the theories, I think decolonization is somewhere in there. But this is one of the places where you find alignment between culture on one hand and national, regional, and international conservation efforts on the other hand, which is quite rare because, the energy transition is about, in a sense, protecting trees and the environment. But you find the same concept quite deeply ingrained also in the culture, that there are certain kinds of trees that were not, that were banned from being utilized for charcoal or any other purposes. That there are also local innovations aimed to save trees. So, again, how do you navigate in this kind of paper those mismatches? And of course, there's an obvious cost of environmental degradation. I see I've overshot a little, so I'll just go straight to my conclusions. So the cost of environmental degradation, what do we think about it? There's even beyond the figures, there's the ecological, cultural cost of tree loss and deforestation. And the spiral effect on this, on the economy. There's the EU deforestation regulation of 2020. We are talking about increasing coffee production and tea and cocoa. And interestingly, in the Acholi sub-region now it's beginning to take root. But the EU is saying they will not take coffee from places where there has been deforestation before. So these are things to think about. So I think overall the paper quite succeeds in discussing the deep gender dynamics of charcoal production, but it falls a bit short in espousing in a deeper way the tensions or dilemmas. Because it looks like actually they are, like I say, it seems like the global agenda and culture are quite aligned here. And again, this is complex. I don't necessarily have a solution, but one thing could be that maybe it's made clear that the paper focuses more on these gender dynamics because in any case, perhaps they have not been well articulated, just the dynamics. But when it gets to tensions, then there's quite a bigger task for the author to, to justify that particular approach. Thank you. I don't know if you want me to speak on the other one as well. Sorry? The abstract. Okay. So I don't have it here. No, I'll just, okay. All right, so I've also been asked to comment on the abstract from the DRC. Again, to thank Professor Kilele for that very interesting abstract. So incidentally, I was given an abstract, but then from Professor Kilele's presentation, I realized that there's already been quite some work on the abstract. So some of the comments that I had perhaps may cease to be relevant in that case because the abstract was not as detailed as the presentation. But that said, it's a very interesting topic and very contemporary. And of course, the focus on the DRC and the eastern part of the DRC in particular is one of serious interest, because this is an area that has very unique and complex challenges, is highly interconnected to other places beyond the DRC, with a long history of conflict and many other challenges. It's important. It's an area that has recently been at the center of global interest. And the focus here seems to be on, but maybe before that, that also makes it quite a difficult task for Professor Kilele, given the dynamics of the region, particularly the eastern DRC. You have things like that were pointed out: limited state authority, legitimization of charcoal trade, revenue from charcoal being a key source for these armed forces. In that kind of context, talking about policies and laws becomes quite difficult. How do we expect, beyond the articulation, how do we expect them to work in that kind of context where perhaps there is, I wouldn't say lawlessness, but there's no stable enforcement and recognition of law? But again, maybe that's an opportunity to contribute. Then maybe lastly to say, so the focus seems to be on DRC laws and policies, but again, given these dynamics, perhaps Professor Kilele could consider going beyond this to look at more maybe regional and international approaches, because as much as we see that charcoal is very dominant in the DRC, it seems to me that most of it is not actually necessarily for local consumption, but for external trade. So there is that external driver. The charcoal is ending up in Uganda, is ending up in these other places. I'm not very sure if then local laws alone will be sufficient. And I think he also makes it clear that one of the objectives of the paper is to strengthen cross-border cooperation. So how do you achieve that? And I think that's why I propose perhaps going beyond the local to look at other regional and international approaches. Of course, one of the most obvious is the mechanisms under the International Conference of the Great Lakes. And I make this suggestion from the experience with, say, other natural resources in the DRC, namely minerals, for which it is known for. Perhaps there may be something to learn from there. So as we perhaps look into the local laws, I think there may be some added benefit, considering the whole external demand for charcoal and these complex dynamics, to look at some of those mechanisms that would essentially make it difficult for charcoal to leave the DRC into these other markets that have complicated the situation. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you for those comments from our reviewers. From the panelists, presenters, is there anyone who would like to make a comment? Just 1 minute to respond. Doctor, do you have a comment? All right. Anyone online who may have a comment? All right, if there is no one who has a comment online, thank you so much to our panelists and our reviewers who've taken us through the first session. We are a bit stretched behind time, but maybe let's just have a round of applause for the panelists and the reviewers. All right, thank you. Next on the agenda, we are a bit time bad, so I would request we use only 10 minutes. 10 minutes only. We shall have a working tea. For our panelists, I don't know if the persons to serve the working tea are ready? Yes, they are ready. For our panelists and reviewers, you'll go to the Huripec boardroom. I don't know if you know where that is. And then everyone else, the working tea break will be here, and then we shall come for the second session. Thank you. Let's use 10 minutes only so that we are back here by midday.
Excuse me, students. Students, please remain seated. We are having our breakfast from here. Please do not leave. For the presenters, we are having our breakfast from the boardroom. Kindly follow me. The presenters, kindly follow me. You are having your breakfast from the boardroom.
will speak of your glory. I will show forth your beauty. If I dance, it will be enough. And if I shout, it will be enough. I will speak of your glory. I will show forth your beauty. If I dance, it will be enough. And if I shout, it will be enough. For you are the great and mighty King. You rule in every nation. Oh, Christ, my soul before. You are worthy to be praised. You are Alpha and Omega. I worship you today. In you I put my trust. Your name I will extol. Heaven speaks of your glory and the earth of your beauty. Your love is new every morning, and your faithfulness is ever sure. I say heaven speaks of your glory and the earth of your beauty. Your love is new every morning, and your faithfulness is ever sure. For you are the great and mighty God, so greatly to be praised. Your beautiful for situation. You are the joy of the whole world. For you are the great and mighty God, so greatly to be praised. Your beautiful for situation.
When I think upon your goodness and your faithfulness each day, I'm grateful for your mercy. And I'm grateful for your grace. And because of how you poured out yourself, I have come to sing this song out in praise.
Who am I, Lord? Who am I to worship you, Lord? Oh, yeah. And made a way. I could never sing your song, Lord. Yeah. Is the reason cry out today. Himela. Yeah, yeah.
we are about to start off with our next session in the next 2 minutes. In the next 2 minutes, we shall be starting our session. I hope those who are online are ready. Our next panelists and reviewers who are online, and the poor who are here with us physically, please get ready. Okay, our panelists and reviewers can take the front seats. For this panel too, we shall have Emmanuel Kawesi. He's from Makerere University and is a PhD fellow here. We shall have Oijuke Karen Precious. Please take the front seat. Then reviewers, we shall have Dr. Caroline Adoch from the School of Law, Makerere University, and Dr. Rose Nakai from the School of Law, Makerere University. Then we shall have Dr. Elia Mwanga from the School of Law, the University of Dodoma in Tanzania. Other panelists that we shall also have online, we shall have Nima Abraham Mateka from the Open University of Tanzania, in Tanzania. Then we shall have Emlyn Hakizimana, the University Expo de Frank, who is an associate researcher at the Institute of Scientific Research for Development. We shall be starting off in 1 minute. All right, let's start off. Nima Abraham, are you online?
Yes, I'm online.
Are you ready to present?
Yes.
All right, yes, Nima Abraham Mateka from Open University of Tanzania, in Tanzania. Is going to present a paper for the next, you have 15 minutes. The paper is on cooking fuels, energy transition and climate change in East Africa. Legal dimensions and perceptions in Tanzania. Yes, Nima, you can please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Actually, I have applied for a PhD at Open University, but I'm working at Local Government Training Institute, Dodoma, Tanzania. So good afternoon. As I've been introduced, my name is Nima Abraham Mateka. Today I will present on cooking fuels, energy transition and climate change in East Africa, legal dimension and perception in Tanzania. This work highlights why clean cooking is not only an energy dilemma, but also justice dilemma. I will cover the introduction, literature review, methodology, key finding, and final conclusion and recommendation. Globally, energy transition debates focus on technology and economics, but in East Africa, over 80% of households depend on firewood and charcoal. This reliance drives deforestation, land degradation, and greenhouse gas emission, which was in poverty, health problem, and gender inequality. My study aims to examine the legal framework shaping clean cooking in Tanzania, identify gaps, and suggest reforms for just transition. The previous studies, such as Dogat and Wekesa, have focused on socioeconomic and environmental impact of biomass use, but they often ignore legal framework, rights, and accountability. Theoretical perspective on energy justice and environmental governance remind us that fairness and right must guide the energy transition. This is a gap my research address. Examining clean cooking as a legal and justice issue. The methodology I used is a doctrinal legal methodology to review laws, policies, and treaties. I complemented this with content analysis and comparative legal analysis, contrasting Tanzania and East Africa with European Union, more integrated approach. My data came from documentary review, laws, policy report, and academic works. The findings on regional framework at East African community level, there are many strategies like climate change policy, climate finance strategy, but they remain soft law instrument with weak enforcement, as over 80% of households still rely on biomass. Unlike ECOWAS or SADC, East Africa has not adopted binding regional frameworks. Finding on lesson to learn from European Union, the European Union offers a useful comparison. It has binding framework like renewable energy directive. They ensure accountability, fairness, and sustainability. East Africa can learn from this by moving beyond fragmented soft law to binding commitment that ensure a just transition. Finding from Tanzania, Tanzanian constitution guarantee through its laws like Environmental Management Act of 2004, revised this year, 2025, National Environmental Policy of 2021, the Clean Cooking Strategy of 2024 to 2034, this law remained fragmented across forestry, energy, and environmental. It's resulted to biomass dependence, which lead to deforestation, health burden, and gender inequality. The study showed that while Tanzania and East African community acknowledge the risk of biomass dependence, their frameworks are fragmented and aspiration. Without legal coherence, binding commitment, and enforceable right, the energy transition will remain elusive and unjust. Clean cooking must be recognized as both climate and justice issue. Hence, in closing, localizing debate means recognize that clean cooking is not only about technology, but also about justice, right, and fairness. Thank you. Hello?
Yes, Nima, thank you so much for that presentation. It was quick, precise, and also quite clear and elaborate. Next, we shall have Oijuke Karen Precious from the Bishop Stewart University, the Faculty of Law, Uganda. Her abstract is on localizing debates on cooking fuels amid energy transition and climate change dilemmas in East Africa. You're welcome, Precious.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Oijuke Karen Precious, and I'm a student at Bishop Stewart University pursuing my Bachelor of Laws. And I am very delighted to be here presenting my paper on localizing debates on cooking fuels in East Africa amidst the climate change dilemmas. So, in my research, I'm going to focus on a few things. To begin with, I'll paint a picture of the bigger problem. We have 85% of the Ugandan households relying on biomass fuels, and this is linked to deforestation, indoor air pollution, and the gender labor burden. But more onto that, I'll look at the charcoal and firewood still dominantly being used for cooking. To begin my presentation in detail, globally, the energy sector accounts nearly for 3/4 of greenhouse emissions, and the transition to low carbon alternatives is often framed both as inevitable and urgent. And what this means is there is urgent need to be attached to this sector of energy, because it is one of the things that contribute a lot to the climate change, and for a long time it has been neglected, especially in the global south, because in the global north they had to first face the effects of climate change and all those. For example, I'll give an example of the industrial revolution that happened in the global north. There was a lot of carbon emitted into the air, and this led to rapid climatic changes, which are still being suffered today. And it is absurd that as the global south, we have to carry the burden of those sins that were committed by the global north, and we are lagging behind. As a matter of fact, we look at how countries in the global north push for decarbonization and push for all these renewable energy projects and infrastructure to be implemented in the global south, but they do not consider the on-ground conditions that are in the global south. For example, how we look at energy use in terms of the households, affordability, in terms of can people manage to incorporate these clean energy options that they are giving into their lives without being affected economically, of which the economy of the global south is very important, seeing that most countries are still lagging behind regarding the development. So the region is endowed with, the East African region, zeroing it down, is endowed with abundant renewable energy, potentially which could be used. And I'm going to look at, in Uganda and Ethiopia, we have hydropower energy because of the River Nile, and we can generate electricity because of that. In Kenya, we have geothermal and solar across the Rift Valley, and then wind along the coastal and highland corridors, which are not being put to use. Like, we see that electricity usage in electricity use in Kenya has reached 77%, in Rwanda 75%, in Uganda 58%, and in Tanzania 43%. There are many factors to this, being like the development of some of these countries. I'll give an example for Rwanda. Rwanda is a relatively small country, and they have managed to ensure that there's even distribution of electricity across the country, but then they have not embraced other alternatives because they are comfortable with that. And then in Uganda, we have 58% because we have a high number of people living in the rural areas. Now, I will introduce the leapfrogging theory, which was discussed by Murphy in his paper in 1999, making the energy transition in rural East Africa. is leapfrogging an alternative? Now, leapfrogging into modern clean energy systems has generated optimism and skepticism. Why? Because as East Africa, we cannot skip the stage of using fossil fuels into more directly renewable-based energy. Why? Because we have raw fuels, for example, in the Albertine region, that need to be utilized because of the economic benefits they have to the country. And that brings about the debate between leapfrogging and the energy ladder. Now, for the energy ladder, we look at societies developing from using the biomass energy to the transitional energy. For biomass, I'm looking at charcoal and firewood. Then for the transition, we are looking at kerosene and LPG, because there you're using the fossil fuels to generate less carbon emittive energy alternatives. Then we shall move on to electricity and biogas as the cleaner cooking energy alternatives. And what we are saying is, how practical is it? The question is, how practical is it for East Africa to skip the fossil fuel dependent development stage into the renewable-based energy economy without having consequences on the people? Now, we need to look at the economies of the people that are supposed to implement these things. We are looking at the women carrying most of the burden from the use of biomass, as has been discussed by earlier presenters. We see women are the ones who face the consequences, and children, because they are the ones who are mostly into the cooking sector. How do we manage to? That means that the leapfrogging theory is not practical in East Africa. And Murphy cautioned that such transitions are rarely sudden or transformative, and instead, energy change in East Africa is incremental and is shaped by social, cultural, economic, and institutional capacities. And here we are looking at the economic capacities. You're not going to come and tell someone, especially, I'll give an example of homes in middle income earning homes. These people will use, for example, gas for the first part of the month because the money has come and they have filled the gas, but then halfway into the month, the gas is finished, there's no money, and then they'll resort to things like fuel, like cooking oil, like firewood and charcoal. But more importantly, there are people in this country that can afford the clean cooking fuels, but still have a mentality that the biomass fuels are more cost effective. I'll give an example of homes of very rich people that have a lot of people in them. Someone is not going to buy gas to cook for 20 people. No, they are going to have a kitchen outside where they use firewood and charcoal in order to balance the economy of the home, in order to manage to pay for other things. Furthermore, to explain, even for homes that use electricity, you're not going to tell someone to put dry beans on the gas cooker. Like, that will be very unreasonable for most families. And of course, this is where we come in to encourage people to embrace technology, but it is transitional, because you're not going to tell someone that, oh, you have to buy a gas cooker, you have to buy, and you're not giving them alternatives. If you are pushing for gas, you need to also provide an alternative, because at the point where we are, we can't push for gas fully to be used in homes, because it would not be sufficient. And again, as Murphy stated, the transition has to be transformative and incremental. And this transition is only based on how the families are developing. If the incomes of the families increase, then they are going to move on to adopt better cleaning fuels because they can afford them. And that brings me to the women carrying the burden, which is the gender-based, the gender inequalities as regards this whole topic. And we are going to look at how do we empower the women, because right now the status quo is these women are the ones going to the forest to collect the firewood. These women are the ones being in the smoke to cook. And it is absurd because this is not only affecting the women's livelihoods, but also their children, because according to the World Health Report of 2021, over 13,000 deaths are attributed to indoor pollution, which is caused mostly by using these biomass fuels, because most homes, again, are not built to with enough ventilation to protect these people from the effects of these fuels. So we need to empower the women and the children and the youths as they grow, and equip them with skills in order to help them embrace this transformative change that we want to see in the energy sector. Now, I'll move on to households that use multiple fuels, and that is called layering, whereby you find a household has a charcoal stove, they use charcoal, they use firewood, but they also use gas and electricity, which is very common in most of our homes. You'll find that a family has a gas cooker, an electric cooker that can also work as a gas cooker, but at the same time they have like 10 charcoal stoves, and they also have a fireplace somewhere outside. I think also it comes back to changing the mentalities of the public, because again, from time immemorial, all the changes that we have seen happen from the grassroots. Like, it's not a matter of pushing for change, it's about pushing for the change of mindsets of the people that are going to implement these policies, because we can put all these organizations on ground, we can release the funds to do all these things, but as long as the mentalities of people have not changed, again, I'll go ahead to give an example of the person who was representing the Danish Royal Commission, and he said that he still wants to eat luombo at the end of the day, which takes 4 hours to cook. But we are at a point whereby technology has advanced, and some of these things can be replicated, and you do not necessarily have to use firewood per se or charcoal to create these cuisines. You can as well put the banana leaves in the pressure cooker or something and have the same flavor. Like, we need to change our mindset in order to see these changes happen. Now we are going to look at Noel Phillips described the energy trilemma as balancing access, growth, and climate sustainability. Now we look at how accessible are these alternatives we are providing to the community we are providing them to.
You have 2 minutes.
Yes, please. And also, are these alternatives we are providing to the community going to be able to promote growth in the community and not just achieving the aims of the organizations and the international perspective? So how do we make transitioning into clean cooking fuels profitable for even the people that are on ground? So the Murphy's 1999 critique of leapfrogging remains highly relevant, and it asserts that energy transitions in rural East Africa are incremental and not revolutionary, mainly because they are constrained by absorptive capacity of households and institutions. Unless these households and institutions on the ground are willing to absorb these clean cooking fuels into their daily lives, it will be very hard for us to achieve some of these clean energy goals that we have. Now, moving on to the
last minute.
Yes, moving on to the discussion on the international donors and policymakers promote rapid shifts on renewable energy, but the realities show incremental transition characterized by fuel stacking and adoptive new technologies. And we need to use this to our advantage in order to have people embrace some of these policies that we want to see implemented. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much, Precious, for the presentation. We shall have the next presenter, Emmanuel Kawesi. He's here. Emmanuel Kawesi is a PhD student at the School of Law, Makerere University. His abstract that he's going to present is on charcoal regulation in Uganda, a critical legal review. Welcome, Emmanuel. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, the convener and the panelists, the reviewers. I said my name is Emmanuel. I'm a PhD student here at the Human Rights and Peace Center. So my discussion centers on regulation of charcoal in Uganda, and it's a purely critical legal review. The abstract briefly indicates that Uganda has a fairly comprehensive legal and policy regime governing forestry management, environment, and energy, but none of these instruments specifically regulates charcoal. The legal and policy landscape is very wide, including the international, regional, and national frameworks, where we have the United Nations Forest Instrument, Convention on Biological Diversity, the Glasgow Leaders Declaration on Forests and Land Use, the United Nations Convention on Climate Change, Kyoto Protocol, the Paris Agreement, Agenda 2030, UN Convention to Combat Desertification, Kunming Montreal Biodiversity Framework 2020, and others. So as you can see, we have signed up to many international instruments with the hope that they can be harnessed to sustainably regulate charcoal and maybe other resources, and the paper seeks to examine the extent to which our frameworks have utilized those frameworks to bring regulation properly home. At the East African level, Uganda is a party, not even East Africa, at African level we have the Agenda 2030 for the African Union. We have the Forest Sustainable Management Framework for Africa. Then we have at East African level the East African Community Regional Forestry Policy. Then we have the East African Vision 2050, and then the Energy Security Policy of 2018. Very good instruments for energy and forestry management. And the question of the paper remains whether we have utilized them to domesticate good frameworks for charcoal regulation in Uganda. As a country, we have also some legal benchmarks regarding charcoal control, or generally so, as the paper will discuss, sustainable forest management. And these start from the Constitution of Uganda, the National Forestry Policy 2001, the Forestry and Tree Planting Act 203, the Tree Planting Regulations of 2016, the Forest Produce Fees and License Order, the External Trade in Restricted Products, and the National Environment Act, Climate Change Act. All those are laws in this country, and also other non-legal but administrative strategies, where we have the Clean Cooking Strategy 2025, we have the NDP4, which was launched in December last year, and of course the most famous is the Executive Order number 3 of 2023. Now all those are attempts to regulate charcoal, but in the bigger picture of sustainable forestry regulation and environment. Now, I observe that with no specific law or policy regulating charcoal production, trade, and use, charcoal has been subjected to mixed controls ranging from vague legal provisions, vigilante enforcement, political statements, ministerial and presidential directives. Now, the paper examines the regulatory gaps in the existing charcoal laws and policies and how the gaps have affected energy justice and equity and sustainable charcoal regulation in the country. So as you can see, my lens of analysis is energy justice. As we regulate how is everyone in the country supposed able to access the energy they need? How are they able to equitably, fairly, easily access the energy they need amidst the controls that we have on charcoal today? In terms of methodology, I use largely the doctrinal research, this being majorly a pure legal review and library research, but also my findings are influenced by empirical data that was gathered in northern Uganda. So the preliminary findings indicate that the current regulatory framework mainly provides for sustainable forest regulation, and the charcoal is broadly and loosely regulated as forest produce, in quotes, forest produce. And the major applicable law is the National Forestry and Tree Planting Act 2003 and the Forestry and Tree Planting Regulations 2016. Now, these two lack basic provisions on how charcoal should be dealt with at all levels of the value chain, and where they attempt to go specific, they focus on timber and the logs, giving little importance to charcoal, yet the paper here intends to give it prominence. The Presidential Executive Order number 3 of 2023 is currently, whereas it has its own challenges, it's currently the main instrument upon which charcoal enforcement is done. But this has created mixed reactions due to concerns with its legality and uniformity. Preliminary findings indicate that the order which the police officers and soldiers enforce has three issues, according to my study. Number one, that statement, I find that it's not law, but a statement of political will, which is akin to a policy direction, and therefore not enforceable in its bare form. So before Parliament of Uganda and the Ministry responsible for water and environment comes up with an act or statutory instrument, respectively, formally legislating the presidential intentions into law, whatever is being done under the executive order, to me, and maybe rudely so, is illegal. Number two, I observe that this executive order is vague in some respects. It doesn't properly define what amounts to commercial charcoal production. When you read it, you find that the target of His Excellency the President was on commercial charcoal production, but it doesn't define what it means, and as a result, the production hubs have given a mixed interpretation of what this would amount to. Ajuman, Noya, Amuru have adopted different definitions of commercial. Some are saying if you are found in possession of more than 2 bags in a single consignment, you are a commercial dealer of charcoal. Others are saying anything that is 3 or more bags is commercial dealership in charcoal. Others are saying when you have 5 and more, we shall say that you are now in a trade of charcoal. Now, at the same time, the transporters have adopted a mechanism of dodging this whole identification of the commerciality of something. So they are using borders to ferry one. You find a forest, you go in the middle and get a border guy, takes 1 or 2, and as you are doing field work, you realize many borders passing, and no one can arrest them. Why? Because they are carrying one. So at a particular point, you don't have a commercial consignment, as probably understood by the enforcers. But when you pile, at the end of the day, and maybe start ferrying at night, you have over 600 bags. So we would need to understand what is the parameter of the commercial charcoal that the President intended to regulate. And another concern on that issue, the directive is the nationality of that directive. It has gained a lot of prominence across the country, the Western Uganda, Central, and everywhere. But,
Emmanuel, 2 minutes.
and when you look at it, it appears it was expressly intended for Northern Uganda and parts of Western Uganda, Western Nile. But when you go in Mbarara, they're enforcing the executive order. So, how universal is the directive, and maybe how can we develop a universal law on charcoal? As I, of course, wind up, there is another observation of the paper. The striking lapse in regulation has led to rise of vigilante enforcement systems. So they have arisen because of the actual or perceived lack of support of the form enforcement system. And we observe the number of these in Northern Uganda and West Nile. People are saying we shall arrest you and use our own law of the bush to deal with you. Because it has become an issue of survival on trying to preserve the resources of those areas. Why are you felling our trees in terms of charcoal? Why are you taking the logs? So we shall deal with you as we can. Younger people are in groups and they are arresting and deflating tires and burning vehicles and caning people. So vigilant enforcement, how do we place it in charcoal regulation? As I conclude, I recommend a value chain approach to charcoal regulation. And I identify 3 major stages of the value chain, which is production, stroke burning, transportation and storage, and sales and consumption. Under the production leg, the policy and the law should clearly define commercial and subsistence charcoal production and designate mandatory charcoal license requirements for both commercial and non-commercial charcoal producers. Designate trees of medicinal or cultural importance that should never be cut for charcoal, and designate the annual charcoal production tonnage per commercial producer. Introduce mandatory minimum girth of a tree which qualifies to be cut for charcoal, and introduce a mandatory requirement of environmental impact assessment for all commercial producers. I note that this is already in the National Environment Act, but we need to give it prominence in the charcoal law if it is ever created. Introduce mandatory tree planting in the form of biodiversity offsets being required for those who are involved in large-scale charcoal production. And then abolish these traditional kilns which are really causing a lot of loss. The current recovery is about 12%. You burn a tree and get 12%. The rest is wasted in ashes and smoke. So designate rich kilns which can give us a good harvest. On transportation, introduce a mandatory license for charcoal transporters and designate specific vehicles permitted to transport charcoal. I observe that box body vehicles should be preferred and maybe adopt the Tanzanian approach where bicycles and motorcycles and wheelbarrows are barred from transporting charcoal. The requirement of district seals for origin applicable to timber and logs. I really don't know how we shall put seals on charcoal, but probably we shall ensure that seals are fixed on the packages, the packing bags. And then legislate on the time of transportation, like the issue of timber and logs, where they don't allow to transport beyond 6:30 p.m., this should apply to charcoal, because we observe that most of the consignments of charcoal move at night. So that's an area which needs to be improved. Then the issue of militarization of charcoal. I saw the expert on militarization somewhere in the audience, but it is one of the things we saw. The army is taking charge of the whole charcoal value chain. So what is the role? That's an area where the law should come out clearly. Do we need the army? Do we need forest rangers? Do we need
time.
Yes, so we need to regulate that. And lastly, very lastly, Mr. Moderator, on sales and consumption, proposing 2 licenses. The wholesale licenses, like it is in Tanzania, should be different from the retailer licenses. Then prescribe different fees for that. And then we should abolish double all these combined sacks, which are used to pack. Find one sack, but it is huge. It's like it's the two sacks combined together. And then designate kitchen standards to ensure that we improve on the issues of indoor pollution, and in the long run, of course, roll out sustainable alternatives like electricity, LPG, and others to advocate for energy stacking other than relying on biomass or charcoal alone. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Emmanuel, for that presentation. Next, we have Imlin Hakizimana. This is French. Université Espoir d'Afrique. I think I don't know if I've mentioned it right. An associate researcher at the Institute of Scientific Research for Development at the university. Imlin, are you online?
Yes, I am.
Yes, you have the
Yes,
next.
I'm online.
All right. Do you have a presentation to share with us?
Yes, I have an abstract.
All right. Yes, you can share the presentation. I think you'll be enabled to share. Then you can start. You'll have 10 minutes to make the presentation of the abstract.
Thank you. I am Emina Hakizimana from a Francophone country, Burundi, and I'm an associate researcher at the Institute of Scientific Research for Development hosted by Université Espoir d'Afrique, Hope Africa University. So I want to share with you my abstract on related to energy transition and obligation of environmental law in an emerging country like Burundi. As you may know, Burundi is a country which needs to be an emerging country in 2014 and a developed country in 2016. Burundi is a country which is trading Central and East Africa. It is not immune to the challenges of climate change and environmental degradation. I'm sorry, I'm trying to share with you the video. I'm using my phone. I'm just trying to share with you. Did you hear me, please? Do you hear me? Hello? Do you hear me?
Yes, so we can hear you. You're loud, though we've not yet got the slide you're sharing with your phone, but I think you can proceed. You're loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. So in Burundi, wood is the main source of domestic energy and accounts for 96% of total energy use, and 77% of charcoal supplies are used by city dwellers. A survey which is conducted in 2016 showed that the urban populations of Burundi and Bujumbura, and Gitega consumed about 70,100 tons of charcoal, and annual charcoal consumption by the country's entire urban population was estimated at 104,718 tons. Bujumbura is the political capital of Burundi, and Gitega is the economic capital of Burundi. So that survey shows that charcoal consumption in Gitega and Bujumbura alone destroys 3,673 to 4,673 hectares of forest cover per year. with the figure of Burundi's total urban population reaching 5,236 to 6,980 hectares. At this rate, Burundi's entire forest cover in 2016, it was estimated at 171,625 hectares. And it shows that if nothing is done, it will disappear in about 24 to 33 years. My country, Burundi, which aims to be an emerging country by 2014, is in a preserved which needs to be in a preserved natural environment, urgently needs effective measures to address climate change linked to energy transition. The use of renewable energy and the dissemination of related rights. Here I want to say the environmental rights or rights related to the use of charcoal or to the energy transition must be strengthened. Despite the initiative taken in relation to the protection of forests, such as adjoining RDD plus mechanism, the international conventions on which Burundi is a part, and the various policies and laws, there's a great urgency to address this question. Environmental rights through this initiative must be considered, must be also promoted, but also it must be disseminated through among stakeholders, among the population, so that forests could be protected, but to also have a forest carbon stock allowing to increase the national economy and improve the living environment of population by 2027, as is recommended by the National Strategy Action Plan. Other initiatives such as Kaze Green Economy, which is in action to manufacture and market ecological charcoal briquettes, and many other initiatives and projects related to the protection of the environment through the transition of energy. Currently, an estimated population of 13,604,766 with a ratio of 1.22 per cubic meter has an energy requirement in cubic meters of 16,597,000. And if no alternative is considered in 2014, where my country needs to be an emerging country, if no alternative is considered with an estimated of 17 million of population, with a ratio of 1.22 per cubic meter, we have an energy requirement in cubic meters of 21 million. We will face forest degradation, environmental pollution, land degradation, and other consequences related to forest degradation. So, Burundian forest clear and appropriate political, legal, and decisional framework that takes into account the energy transition must be strengthened, must be disseminated and applied to protect these forests, which play a very important role in air purification, regulations of water, and hydrological regimes, etc. So what is my objective in doing this abstract? What is my objective? I want to analyze the obligations of environmental law in the face of energy transition in an emerging country like Burundi, and to examine the opportunities and challenges related to implementation of policies and regulations for a successful energy transition. I was asked the question, what are the environmental law obligations regarding energy transition for Burundi, and what are the related challenges and opportunities? This is the question on which my abstract is took the foundation is founded, and I use documentary research, analysis of legal and environmental policies and strategies in Burundi, but also international convention in which Burundi ratified, and which is related to energy transition. But also, I want to use a case study on the impact of cooking towards challenges on environmental rights. But also, I want to interview some key stakeholders, government representatives, non-government organizations, and other person who could help me to do all my work. As associated to outcomes is a depth analysis of energy transition obligation under environmental law for emerging countries like Burundi, and to identify and challenges and the identifications of challenges and opportunities related to implementation of policies and regulations for successful energy transition in Burundi, but also to make recommendations for policy makers and stakeholders related on the strategies to adopt for a successful energy transition in Burundi, but also which would be used in other emerging countries. But also, I want to contribute to consider economic development and environmental protection in Burundi. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Emmeline.
Thank you too.
Yes, so we've heard from our four panelists for the second session. Now we shall have our reviewers to review the panel. We have three reviewers: Dr. Caroline Edoch from the School of Law, Makerere University, Dr. Rose Nakai from the School of Law, Makerere University, and Dr. Elia Mwanga from the School of Law, the University of Dodoma in Tanzania. Dr. Elia Mwanga, I don't know, are you online?
Yes, I am online.
Yes, I think let's start with you who is online, and then if you have a presentation to share, please, on your screen, you can please share your screen with us, and then you can proceed. I request the reviewers to use 10 minutes so that we can try our level best to catch up with time. Yes, Dr. Leah, please go on.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate for this opportunity to participate in this wonderful event. I reviewed the paper presented by Ms. Neema Abraham Teka, if I pronounced clearly the name. And the paper is on cooking fuels, energy transition, and climate change in East Africa, focusing on legal dimensions and perceptions in Tanzania. I'll try to be very brief as much as possible to catch up with the time. The paper discusses the legal dimension of energy transition and climate change, and essentially focusing on Tanzania, focusing on cooking fuels, with Tanzania being the case study. And the author has tried to highlight that Tanzania over-rely on biomass, mostly firewood and charcoal, in Tanzania as a source of cooking energy, with a consequence of resulting to deforestation, which in turn leads into climate change. The study used a doctrinal legal methodology and a bit of a comparative analysis, making a comparison between the East Africa framework and the European Union frameworks. And the findings show that there are progressive policies and laws in Tanzania, but there is lack of binding obligations to access clean energy, and therefore the paper calls for binding commitments and a right-based approach to clean energy. I congratulate Neema for this paper, which is timely made, essentially taking into consideration the problem of climate change, which is a global problem. And as we understand it under the Paris Agreement, Tanzania, which is a state party to the agreement, has obligation to address climate change by reducing emission of greenhouse gases. And we know one of the sources of greenhouse gases in Tanzania is from cooking energy, but also from deforestation. Therefore, this paper is very relevant to the current situation. But also, the paper raises a debate that is usually not considered when discussing about cooking fuels and the issue of energy transition. In most cases, we tend to forget about the
Hello? Doctor, I don't know if you're still on. We can't hear you on this side. And he seems to be presenting. He seems to be continuing the presentation. Yes, hello doctor, we can't hear you. I don't know, is it on our side? It's him. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, we had lost you a bit. I don't know if you can go backwards, maybe, I don't know. The previous slide, that's where we...
Yes. Do you get me right now?
Yes, we can get you loud. You're clear?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was presenting on the summary of the paper. And before that, I had to congratulate the presenter because this paper raises an important debate on the importance of the legal framework and institutional framework in ensuring access to clean energy. And I was also saying that this paper is timely and important, especially considering the current problem of climate change, which is facing the world, and the commitments the member states have with under global treaties, including the Paris Agreement that was adopted in 2015. And Tanzania is a member to the Paris Agreement, and as such, she also bear commitments to reduce emission of greenhouse gases. But I was saying, yes, important sources of greenhouse gases in Tanzania include emissions from cooking energy, but also from deforestation. And therefore, this paper is an important benchmark in contribution towards achieving clean energy and addressing the problem of climate change. However, I noted several weaknesses that can be taken into consideration by the author in order to help improve the paper. The part of the literature that are reviewed, most of this literature focus on quantitative studies, but the current study is a qualitative study focusing on the policies and the laws that regulate cooking fuels in Tanzania. And therefore, their contribution, the literatures that are reviewed, their contribution is minimal, and perhaps the author may consider looking on literature that focuses on quantitative study. But there are also mismatch between the title and the content of the paper. The presentation was precise and focused, but this is not reflected that much in the paper. The title, while we expect the author would have discussed the legal frameworks that regulating cooking fuel and the energy transition in relation to climate change. This has not been addressed, although I should admit that there are a number of relevant laws and policies that have been mentioned by the author, but we are not seeing the party that providing for the results analyzing these laws to portray to what extent these laws may contribute in access to clean energy, clean cooking energy, and the energy transition. But also there are other issues that have been introduced which puts the author out of the focus. Essentially, the author talks of cooking fuel, just effectiveness of the laws and policies to ensure energy transition, but also comparison between EAC and the European Union, which I think she might need to choose one area where she would need to focus, whether it's about cooking energy justice, which would entail how the legal framework is ensuring equitable access of cooking, clean cooking fuels to the citizens, or focusing on the analyzing the law and how these laws are best suited to accommodate transition, cooking energy transition. Or could also think of making a comparative analysis between the East Africa as a region group with the European Union, instead of comparing Tanzania and the European Union, which are two different institutions. The discussion has been made by the author, but this discussion lacks the critical analysis, and as I pointed earlier, this could have been contributed by failure to highlight or to examine the laws and pointing out what are the weaknesses of the laws and policies in ensuring energy, access to clean cooking energy or energy transition. I think there are a number of documents that if they were consulted by the author,
Hello,
they would have
hello.
contributed. Yes?
The conclusion in maybe 2 minutes. You have
Hello?
2 minutes remaining. Yes, we
Hello?
we can hear you, but
Yes, I'm
just
concluding.
remember that, yes.
Yes, I am concluding. I would advise that there are important documents that would have been consulted by the author in order to enrich her study, and these would include global treaties, essentially the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the Kyoto Protocol, the Paris Agreement. All these, they lay ground on the basis for the energy transition. But also, the author may consult EU legal instruments relevant to climate change. And for East Africa, she may wish to consult the East African Community Treaty, the East Africa Climate Change Master Plan, East Africa Community 2050 Vision, and East Africa Community Protocol on Environment and Natural Resources Management of 2006, although this has not come into force, but it may contribute to an understanding on East Africa, how it considers issues relating to energy cooking fuels. In Tanzania, the National Environment policy that she referred is also important, but it lacks a critical review of the document. The National Land Policy, the Forest Policy, the National Energy Policy, Tanzania Development Vision 2050, the National Climate Change Response Strategy, National Renewable Energy Strategy, Tanzania Sustainable Energy for All Action Agenda, National 5-year Development Plans, National Environmental Action Plan, but also laws, the Constitution of the United Republic of Tanzania, essentially I'm talking of Article 9 and Article 14, that talks of right to life, if she was to focus on cooking energy as issue of justice, or Environmental Management Act of 2004, amended 2025, the Land Act, Village Land Act, the Forest Act, Environmental Impact Assessment Regulations, and the Environmental Management Control and the Management of Carbon Trading Regulations. These are regulations of 2022, and they have provisions on cooking energy, apart from understanding that cooking energy is one of the sectors that are prioritized in carbon trading, but also the regulations provides for the use of revenues accrued from carbon trading to include subsidizing for clean energy. So the author may choose either of the side has pointed out to ensure focus instead of wandering on different aspects without coming out with something that is more focused. But also, she may also consider analyzing the law effectively. I hope she heard the presentation by Mr. Emmanuel, and she can just elaborate what Emmanuel did with respect to his paper. Deeper legal and policy engagement is also recommended, but also on the methodology, there is a confusion a little bit. The methodology that is adopted is doctrinal, but she also talks about empirical data, and that the study was did in some of the regions in Tanzania. But the nature of the study, the doctrinal itself is enough, and it can provide effective analysis of these laws, focusing on the policies, laws, and the other academic works. And lastly, she should have a focus, a specific. She should make, specific and focused recommendations. And I know these recommendations have been affected by the layout and of the paper. But I understand if she can take on board those recommendations, I also hope the final conclusion and the recommendations that are going to be made in the paper will be focused. Otherwise, I beg to submit.
Thank you for that. Who will go next? You?
Good afternoon. I know that Rose and I are sitting in the way of your lunch, so we'll keep this very fast. I am reviewing two papers, NEMA's and Emily's. Okay, thank you. And I will start with NEMA's, and my comments are not very significantly different from what Dr. Eria has gone through. So NEMA, well done so far. I think that you've done significant work already. Oh. And yes, you've done significant work, so I will not dwell much on a summary of your paper. Just very briefly, what NEMA is looking at is assessment of the legal framework for energy transition in East Africa, legal dimensions and perceptions in Tanzania. Basically, whether there is a framework for a just energy transition process in Tanzania. And so far, her work demonstrates clear knowledge of context. She's able to illustrate the interconnectivity of regional and national processes. She illustrates the core principles of what a just transition process is and what it takes, which is basically a rights-based approach in energy transition processes. She looks at East Africa and Tanzania, and then she draws certain conclusions, which Dr. Eria already reiterated. Just going to suggest a few areas for improvement, and some of those have also been referred to by Dr. Eria. One, on the methodology. So she adopts a case study approach, but then she's relying exclusively on secondary data, which is okay, it's fine to do that. But then in her case study, she's looking at Tanzania, perception is Tanzania, but throughout the research, Nema, you dwell a lot, you interchange between Tanzania and East Africa. And so the paper is ultimately as much about Tanzania as it is about the East African community. And the East African community, the framework, as a regional bloc is different from the national framework. And also we can't talk about the East African community's countries as a whole because we are at very different places in terms of policy development to support our transition processes, as well as the vulnerabilities, the reliance on energy. So I think you need to distinguish between Tanzania and the East African community. Don't talk about them as if they are one and the same. And then somewhere in your paper, you mentioned that you're focusing your study on the central and lake zones. So you mentioned specific districts, Singida, Dodoma, Mwanza, as your focal areas. Now, as a case study, you either need to, for that focus to be relevant, you need to either show that Tanzania has devolved energy policies, so that there is a distinction for those particular districts that you're focusing on. And then, because I said your legal perceptions, so you should be able to illustrate that there are policies that can be adopted at that level, at the district level, or if you're choosing those particular areas because of their vulnerabilities, then because it's a study on relying on secondary data, you need to show that you have the secondary data. The study so far does not show that you have access or that data exists. The other thing you mentioned is that you adopt a black letter approach. So basically, you're going to undertake significant part of legal and policy review, and I think that Dr. Eria has mentioned some of that. In doing that, you skipped entirely the international legal framework, so you make mention of the SDGs the Paris Agreement, but you don't take make an analysis of them. And I think that you need to look at the instruments that have been mentioned, and I have detailed notes that I'll share with you. But also in terms of being able to assess those instruments, the international legal framework, you need to look at Tanzania's national determined commitments, and then look at, there's a World Bank report that's updated regularly on Tanzania country climate and development report from the World Bank, which will support your analysis of the international legal framework. And then regionally at the AU recognizes that charcoal so there is a move towards clean energy, but the AU is cognizant that charcoal is expected to be a significant part of the energy mix in sub-Saharan Africa for the foreseeable future. And so the AU processes, all the policies are recognizant of that, and you didn't look at any of them. I think you should take a look at some of those. And Dr. already made mention of the EU as a benchmark. I think that the EU and East African countries in general are at very different places in terms of energy and energy transition. And so much as the framework is very admirable, I think that perhaps you should look at ECOWAS, look at SADC. As we said, charcoal is with us for a while, so look at that. So overall, your study is focusing on a just energy transition. But then, and you may consider it or not, but it might be helpful for you to look at just energy transition, that concept as a framework to anchor your analysis. It may make your work significantly easier. And then looking at the national framework, Dr. Ria gave some of the laws, but I think that one of the most interesting developments for Tanzania is the Energy Compact 2025, which is, I think, July, or I think it was adopted in July, a couple of months ago. And it sets out some binding targets and commitments for Tanzania in terms of charcoal, what they are going to do, how they are going to use it. So I think those are some of my comments. I have detailed comments on the paper that I will share with you separately. And then the next one, I hope I'm on time. Yeah, okay. So the next one is an abstract, and it's Emily's abstract. And I think that for Emily, I preface this with saying that you're at the formative stage of your research, which is both a great and not a very good thing, because you said, yes, we will make comment to improve your paper, but you also stand the risk that we may derail you from the direction that you wish to go into. But Emilian is going to look at energy transition and obligation of environmental law in an emerging country with a focus on Burundi. And so her abstract is really in the early stages of development. So Emily also knows Burundi, illustrates knowledge of context, challenges. The abstract shows understanding of just the general development context, the energy challenges and for Burundi, and what the implications of those are if they are unaddressed. So the topic is on Burundi's obligation to transition from biomass as an environmental law obligation. And so as of now, it focuses primarily on environmental law obligations. So a suggestion for you is to consider looking at both environmental and climate obligation. And then you need to define for yourself, you look at Burundi as an emerging country. So define your framing of an emerging country. What do you mean by an emerging country? I know there's a definition of what emerging economies and emerging countries are, but then you need to situate your research properly in terms of what it means for you and for your study. And in your problem statement, because at the moment all we have is the problem statement and a background and the research questions, so that's what I am commenting on. The problem statement, you talk about climate change, but then there are known and uncontested impacts of environmental degradation leading to climate change. So you need to look at those, delve and name and spell them out. Otherwise, it's an interesting topic, Your methodology is clear, it's fairly clear what you're proposing to do. So additional suggestions there in terms of framing for you to be very context specific, in terms of what your paper could potentially look like, in terms of the background, establish a clear link between deforestation and climate change, and you have the statistics in terms of the deforestation and charcoal use in Burundi, and what that is doing to the environment. So I think that those are the kind of that information you need to involve to integrate in your background. In terms of other places that you may look at, the African Development Bank has a very recent and updated profile, national climate change profile for Burundi. That would be a good place for you to look at. And then also Burundi's declared commitments outlines their aspirations for energy transition. In terms of the structure of your research, so besides you're looking at obligations, the international obligations of an emerging country. And so, as I said, include the climate obligations, not necessarily the environmental law focus. And in terms of where you can start looking at that, I think, was it this year, last year or this year, the ICJ advisory opinion on the obligation of states, or in respect of climate change. It spells out state obligations very, very clearly in terms of what states are expected to do to meet their climate and energy, in terms of their climate and energy transition policies. It also spells out the sources of obligations for states and what the status of those obligations are. So it says customary law is this, and this is the status of obligations upon you. So I think that looking at the international obligations, you look at treaties, and the ICJ advisory opinion will be particularly helpful. And then you look at the framework that Burundi has in place. And I think that when you look at all the East African countries, I think Burundi specifically, has a lot of learning and a lot of good examples that they can, in terms of policy development, to draw from the other East African countries. So you look there, I listed for you some of the policies that you look at, and then I think the core of your analysis will be looking at whether those policies provide a sufficient framework for a just transition from biomass. And then the other aspect would be looking at the policy gaps and what policy gaps Burundi needs to address. And again, you have the East African community and you have the East African community countries. So you can look at the frameworks that they've adopted and see which of those Burundi needs to look at. And then the other aspect of your study, I imagine you talked about it, you're going to look at the challenges. And in the challenges, you'll be looking at not just the policy and development and the financing, but as well as learning from the other East African countries, what the challenges that they are currently facing. So I think that in terms of methodology generally, it might be beneficial for you to consider adopting a comparative analysis with some of the other East African countries. I think that would I always look forward how to make my research easier. I think that would make your research much easier. It would highlight for you the kind of policy framework that the country needs to adopt, as well as the challenges that they are likely to face. And that is all.
Thank you very much, moderator and the organizers of this workshop, for inviting me to discuss a paper and an abstract. I'll start with a paper that has been presented by Ms. Ojuke Karen Precious. First of all, I must commend her. As she mentioned, she's an LLB student, but you can see she's presenting a paper with scholars at another level. So if you're an LLB student at Mark, we can pick a leaf next time. Her paper is Localizing Debates on Cooking Fuels Amidst Energy Transitions and Climate Change Dilemma in East Africa. She tries to highlight the complexities of shifting towards clean fuels, and she promises to examine the intersections of cooking fuels, climate change, energy transition from the perspective of Bishop Stewart. So basically, when I read her paper, I find that her main aim was to amplify the voices from Bishop Stewart to ground the global energy debates within the East African regional issues. Now, her paper has literature. In her literature, she looks at the broader pertinent themes, such as energy transitions and carbonization, gender, and the dimensions of energy. She looks at equity and justice. And of course, Karen, I'll discuss the positives and at the same time give maybe the areas where you might need to, to revise. The literature is synthesized, but there's one thing I felt that was missing. The 5 C's: to cite the literature, to compare it, contrast it, critique it, and connect, to help you show us the gaps in the literature. And also the one thing I noted was that you run away too quickly. You make the point and you don't normally help your point mature. So as you read your literature review, you might as well have to make sure that you sort of bring the idea, develop it such that the reader can see where it ends. I was also wondering whether you could engage with local literature. There is quite a lot of Western material, and I think your paper might benefit from literature that is local within the context of East Africa, Africa, in order to show the local perspectives. Now, the other thing I noted was that your paper promises more than it delivers in some areas. For example, you promise that you're going to combine perspectives from political economy, environmental sociology, gender studies, gender energy transition theory, to this dynamics of, climate change and development dilemmas. But somehow, I didn't see a deliverable in the paper as I read in terms of teasing these out and actually using them as you promise. Now, when I read your paper at first, I was actually confused whether it was the project framing paper. You adopt the theme of the project as the theme of your paper. And I think as you revise, you might think about going beyond. Show your creativity, okay? Develop something that is, precious. Something from you, such that you don't just get the theme of the paper and you might confuse the readers. Now, the other thing I noted was that it was thin on the legal and policy framework, besides mere mentioning. You might as well have to think about those legal and policy frameworks that might give you a good foundational base against which to discuss what you promise about the voices from Bishop Stewart. Now, when you presented here, I didn't hear much about the methodology and your results. But when I read your paper, I think you need to revisit your methodology and make sure you take approaches that you're going to use in order to deliver on your paper. You said you'll use primary and secondary data. And remember, your paper is about voice. When I read the paper, I didn't get the voices. You say you're using Bishop Stewart. Yes, you tell us Bishop Stewart is in Mbarara, but why Bishop Stewart? Why is it your choice in order for you to localize these voices and debates in the East African context? And how do you get these debates? Because you listed a number of documents that you analyze, research reports and policy statements. My expectation was actual voices from Bishop Stewart. Okay? So do what you promise. What makes Bishop Stewart special in this particular case? Then the other thing that I noted about the paper is that it needs to benefit from argument sequencing, right? Work on the argument sequencing and chronological flow of your ideas, and also create a golden thread, because there are many areas that seem to be small sub-themes where you produce information from the literature and we don't see you engaging with it in order for you to connect the agenda of this paper to a given topic that you choose. So that engagement will help you present an analytical, critical paper more than a descriptive paper that contains quite a lot of information on the debates, but without necessarily showing us how you have engaged with it to actually show that these are debates from Bishop Stewart. There is also overemphasis on East Africa. Remember, your agenda was Bishop Stewart. Okay, so you need to tell us whether you're using the East African arguments as a background or they are also part of the main agenda of the paper. So I think from the coordinators we can engage more. Other than that, you have the information, you just need to engage with it, organize it in order for you to produce a good paper. Next is an abstract by my good friend, Mr. Emmanuel Kawesa. Our paths have crossed at Makerere and beyond the Great Walls, but that doesn't mean I will not give an objective view of your paper. So, Mr. Kawesa's abstract as framed fits within the described scope of this project. The reader actually gets an idea from his paper that he's trying to examine the regulatory gaps in existing charcoal laws and policies and their implications for energy justice and equity and sustainable charcoal regulation in Uganda. He gives us the methodology that he intends to use in his paper. He somehow gives us an idea about the preliminary findings or the arguments he wants to make, and then the recommendations where he talks about, developing a proper law that regulates charcoal. I liked it when he started like all lawyers operating in a socio-economic field. Mine is a purely critical legal review. You can't run away. You can't run away that you've seen lawyers say they use charcoal, doctors are using charcoals, sociologists, anthropologists. So, yes, I acknowledge that it's a purely legal review, but I might have to take you a little bit away from that in an area that you might not have wanted to be. So he lists the laws and policy frameworks where there is a little bit of important principles that would help regulate charcoal at the international and the local level. But there are a few things that I want you to think about as you develop this abstract and maybe as you develop the paper. One, existing literature. I came across a paper written by Emmanuel Okorot, Charcoal Burning and Climate Change, a Legal Perspective. So as you review your literature, I would encourage you to think about how different your critical legal review that is pure will be from Emmanuel Okorot's paper, because he seems to be analyzing relatively similar things, and I guess you'll be able to find your space. Now, you also need to clearly state the problem. And as I read his paper, I asked myself, is lack of a clear legal and policy framework a problem I should worry about, especially with an overflowing class of literature talking about lack of enforcement or the gap between the law and the practice, you know, as one of the biggest problems, not only in this sector of, you know, climate change, charcoal, and other areas. So that therefore means as you develop the problem, you might as well think beyond the purely legal approach to position it in a broader context, since this is a project about debates and voice generally. And then you basically talk about the existing framework, and I would encourage you to look at the contextual environment within which the lack of or the limited framework exists. And of course, ask yourself some questions. Have Ugandans just started using charcoal? Why is the debate on legal framework now? What is that charcoal, wood and charcoal, what is the charcoal, wood and charcoal politics in Uganda today to justify this debate and discussion on legal framework or lack of it? How does it shape the debates? The debates not only in law, but also at the grassroots. How does the lack of law or the limited legal framework shape these debates?
Some more 3 minutes.
3 minutes, yes. And then you talk about the executive order as one of those important documents that are used practically, and you say it is illegal. I would like to invite you to engage with the debates around presidential directives and executive orders. Look up the case of Nandine Christine v. Attorney General, the 2024 decision that talks about the self-enforcing nature of presidential directives and orders. It relies on Namuganza Passes v. Attorney General, still talking about the fact that they are self-enforcing, in essence they are law. And also, beyond that, we have had constitutional and Court of Appeal decisions on presidential directives and maybe executive orders in the sector of land that might be informative for this debate, such as Horizon Coaches B. Mbarara Municipal Council by the Constitutional Court, which talks about the no duty for a public body to enforce those directives, and then Nakasero Market Sitting Tenants v. Market Sitting Vendors and Traders Limited. That was a Court of Appeal decision. So basically, those decisions by the higher court were generally saying, were in line with the argument you're making in the paper. So I think we need to look at them and then take it beyond, interrogate the relevance of this. Yes, it might be void, but does it serve a purpose, especially in our context where sometimes the reality is these directives might be enforced better than formal decisions from formal institutions because they have that power, presidential backing. And then you might as well interrogate or map the actors within the legal review and get into the political debates. Who are the actors and why? Who are going to be, might be the beneficiaries of this law? Who might be the victims of these laws and policies? You know? Why have the existing frameworks failed? Now, your suggested approach should be analyzed still within a social cultural context. Can you imagine sending somebody to go and buy a packet of charcoal from a shop? Can you imagine labeled? Just imagine that, Uganda. Today, people go and buy charcoal in basins and tins. Okay? So I think your recommendation needs to be interrogated deeper within the social, legal, political context, and at the same time try to pick perspectives. Will this help the debates, the general debates that we've been having about transition, how the transition should be managed, and so on and so forth? With that, I think you have an opportunity of producing an interesting paper that generally goes beyond the law to look at the context within which the law is made and within which the law operates. I thank you.
Thank you so much to our reviewers. We are still behind on our program, but despite that, I would like to give the audience, 2 people from the audience with comments from the previous panelists. Any comments on the papers? 2 people. Any 2? There was a gentleman who came to me when I was out and asked, I don't know, was he? Okay. All right, in the afternoon. Anyone else? Okay, let's make it short and precise.
Thank you very much, moderator and all the presenters. I have one concern for Mr. Kawesi. Your study seems very good, but my concern about the legal framework on charcoal chain from production, trade, and use is that there is no place for women. And yet, women are the central users of fuel cooking energy in this country. What is your take on it? Thank you.
All right, we shall give him a minute to respond. There was another hand. Yes. Huh?
Thank you, moderator, and the organizers of this session. My concern goes to Precious. As you were presenting, you mentioned something to do with the energy ladder, and then you talked about layering. And I think what you explained to me, I think is not layering. Instead, it's energy stacking. So energy ladder is a theory, okay? And then there's energy stacking theory that came after the energy ladder. So probably just read more about that and get the difference between the two, including the layering. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for those comments. In case anyone also has a comment, you can write it down and share with the panelists. I don't know, do our panelists have a minute to respond, or you'll just take the comments as they are? If you have a comment, you can press the button and you speak. Just a minute.
Thank you for the correction. I noticed, I think because I was panicking, but in the written paper, there is energy stacking and energy ladder, and they are being contrasted. So there is no energy layering. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Emmanuel, you have a comment?
Thank you so much for the observation about women. I think that's an area that has been widely provided for in Dr. Zahra's paper, I am cognizant of it, although I don't want to give it prominence in the framework that I'm advising. I'm looking at advising a national, at a national level framework, and maybe the nitty-gritties of women can be looked at drafting. So I looked at, your issue is very specific. It would be a detail in drafting. But thank you very much. It's an issue I'm going to consider more.
All right. Thank you. You want to make a further comment? Yeah, please, a minute.
My comment is not necessarily to a panelist, but I would like us to think about if we want to involve women in the energy transition. I think it's important for us to put the men at the forefront as well, because right now they are the ones who have the more control in the energy transition, because they are the key stakeholders in most families. It's important that their mindsets change in order to allow the women to be incorporated into the energy transition. Thank you.
All right. Online, there was Nima and Imlin. I don't know if any of you has a comment from the previous review. Please unmute, and in 1 minute. Imlin? Emmeline? Nima?
Hello.
Hello?
Thank you, reviewers. I have taken all the comments, and to be honest, I have learned a lot. And I'm looking forward to have them so that I can improve the paper and have more skills and more knowledge on this debate. Thank you so much, reviewers.
All right, thank you, Nima. Emmeline, are you online? Do you have any comments, or you don't? All right. Thank you so much for attending the morning and the afternoon sessions. All right. Okay, as you can see on the program, we were supposed to be here at 2 p.m. That is 8 minutes from now. I don't know how it's reasonable to eat within 8 minutes and we are back, but it's challenging. So, 45 minutes? Yeah, okay. All right, we can have lunch, a quick lunch for 45 minutes, and then we come back for the afternoon and evening sessions. There are 2 more panelists going to present, and for me, I think I'll hand over to the next person who will come for the afternoon and the evening session. Thank you so much. First of all, let's clap for our panelists and reviewers. Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that. So our dear presenters and reviewers, you're having your lunch from the boardroom. Dear students, we are serving you lunch from here. Bon appetit. We should be back by 2:45 latest. Yeah. 2:45. Bon appetit.
You are great, yes, you are Holy One. Walked upon the sea, raised the dead. Reign in majesty, mighty God. Everything written about you is is great. You are great, yes, you are Holy One. Walked upon the sea, raised the dead. You reign in majesty, mighty God. Everything written about you is great. You are 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 great. Oh yeah. You are great. Say you are great. You are great. Say you are great. You are great. Everything, yeah. Everything about you is great. You are great. You are great. We worship you, Lord, King of kings and Lord of lords. Oh, so great you are, doing marvelous things. Everything about you, yeah. covers all the earth with power in your word. We exalt thee in our worship, God of all the earth, Alpha, Omega, Adonai. We bow before thee. Chukwuanile, Onyezaputaya. You're the God of all the earth. You're awesome. Ibela, Odiranya Dekagi. Imela, Narakalo Tutupo. Imela, Odiranya Dekagi. Imela, Narakalo Tutupo. From the ends of the earth to the depths of the sea, the Spirit covers all the earth. You're mighty. You are mighty in your word. We exalt thee in our worship. God of all the earth, Alpha, Omega. Oh, we bow. Abba, Father, yeah. Chukwuanile. Hey, hey. kingdom from everlasting to everlasting. You're the beauty of all creation. I cry, holy, holy, Lord, you reign. This is who I call you. Alpha and Omega. I sing hallelujah to the King of glory. This is who I call you. My Alpha and Omega. Lion of the tribe of Judah, you're still the reason for my living. You're the one who works and needs to come. All creation bow before you. Lord, I praise you, make them quiet. You're the glory in my song. Lord, I worship, yes, I worship. You are the living God. Alpha and Omega. Hey, Alpha and Omega. Alpha and Omega. I worship you today. Hey, yeah. Oh, oh, oh. tata akakaya akajehova nemba akaya akajehova. Healing rain is coming down, is coming nearer to this old town. Rich and poor, weak and strong, it's bringing mercy, it won't be long. Healing rain is coming down, it's coming closer to the lost and found. Tears of joy and tears of shame are washed forever in Jesus' name. Healing rain, it comes with fire, so let it fall and take us higher. Healing rain, I'm not afraid to be washed in heaven's rain. Lift your heads, let us return to the mercy seat where time began. And in your eyes, I see the pain. Come soak this dry heart with healing rain. And only you, the Son of Man, could take a leper and let him stand. So lift soul, do you not know? Have you not heard? It's been told from the beginning. The Lord your God is on your side. Oh, my soul, don't be afraid. Hope in the Lord. By his righteousness and power, he will strengthen, he will guide, and I will soar on wings like eagles, held by the hand of God. I will run and not grow tired when on his name I call. For the Lord is never weary, his ways are beyond my thoughts. I will trust in him with all my heart. Go. Oh, my soul, do you not know? Have you not heard? It's been told from the beginning. The Lord your God is on
Excuse
your side.
me. Excuse me. Students, please do not leave. We have an afternoon session, and we also have the last meal in the evening. So do not leave. No one is going to eat that food when you go. It is all yours. So please bear with us. We are going to start at exactly 2:45. Okay. Thank you so much.
Trust in him with all my heart, and I will rest upon his promise. Patiently I'll wait. Trust in him with all my heart. I will trust in him with all my heart. I trust in you, Lord. Oh, we trust in you, Lord. And I will rest upon his promise. Patiently I'll wait. Yes, I wait. We wait for you, Lord. We wait. Oh, we wait for you. Hallelujah. Wait for you, Lord. Oh, we wait for you, Lord. When I'm alone with you, Lord, my troubles seem to disappear, and the peace that comforts me always comes when you are near. And your love's too much for my heart to contain, joy too much that my feet won't refrain. So I dance like the rain on the roof, Tell my soul that my spirit's on the loose. Don't know if anyone will understand. Feels like an angel's got a hold of my hand. So I dance. I dance. I dance. I dance. And when I think about the ways you have blessed my life, I sing a song of praise and thankful tears fill my eyes. 'Cause your love's too much for my heart to contain, joy too much and my feet won't refrain. So I dance like the rain on the roof. Tell my soul that my spirit's on the loose. Don't know if anyone will understand. Feels like an angel's got a hold of my hand. So I dance. Oh, I dance like the rain on the roof. Tell my soul that my spirit's on the loose. Don't know if anyone will understand. Feels like an angel's got a hold of my hand. So I dance. I dance. less of me. Lord, I pray that there might be more of you and less of me. More of you and less of me. Lord, I pray that there might be more of you and less of me. Like a grain of wheat that falls to the earth and dies to live anew. All my plans and earthly desires, I lay them down to follow you. More of you, more and less of me. Lord, I pray that there might be more of you and less of me. Oh Lord, more of you, yes Lord, and less of me. Lord, I pray that there might be more of you and less of me. Like a grain of wheat that falls to the earth and dies to live anew. Oh Lord, all my plans and earthly desires, I lay them down to follow you. Make it your prayer tonight. Oh yes, and less of me. Lord, I pray that there might be more of you and less of me. Give us more of you, more of your spirit and less of me. Lord, I pray that there might be more of you and less of me. We want more of you. Oh yes, more of you. That's our prayer tonight. More of you. We want more of you. You, Lord. More of you, Lord. Oh, we want more, we want more. Oh, yes, we do. Fill us with more of your spirit. More of your presence every day. We need more, we need more, we need more. Oh, fill us with your spirit. So much more. We want more of you. More, God. More, Lord. Fill us now, God. More, God. More. More, God. More, God. More, God. forgiven because you were forsaken, and I'm accepted. You were condemned, and I'm alive and well. Your spirit is within me because you died and rose again. Amazing love, how can it be that you, my King, would die for me? Amazing love, I know is true. Now it's my joy to honor you in all I do. I honor you. I'm forgiven because you were forsaken. I'm accepted. You were condemned, and I'm alive and well. Your spirit is within me because you died and rose again. Amazing love, how can it be that you, my King, would die for me? Amazing love, I know is true. Now it's my joy to honor you. Amazing love, how can it be that you, my King, would die for me? Amazing love, I know is true. Now it's my joy to honor you in all that I honor you. You are my King. You are my King. You are my King. You are my King. Amazing love, how can it be that you, my King, would die for me? Amazing love, I know is true. That's my joy to honor you. Yeah. Amazing love, how can it be that you, my King, would die for me? Amazing love, I know is true. Now it's my joy to honor you in all life. I honor you. You are my King. You are my King. You are my King. You are my King. Jesus, you are my King. Jesus, you are my King. You are my King. Jesus, you are my King.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back from that sumptuous lunch. I hope you enjoyed. My name is Tumusime Jacqueline, and I am your moderator for this afternoon session. I would like to take this opportunity to invite our dear presenters for panel 3 and reviewers to kindly take your seats, and we will start right away. So for panel 3, we have Madame Judith Awakoroch from Gulu University, and she's presenting an abstract, Uganda's Green Finance and Agency of Energy Transition, a reflection from households producing green charcoal to sustain livelihood. We also have Dr. Nabulia Jessica and her co-authors, Dr. Kezia Mikwizu, Dr. Jerita Mwambi, Professor Eunice, Dr. Ajibola, and Dr. Duminsani, and they're presenting, and Dr. Jessica Nabulia from Bugema University will be presenting an abstract on behalf of the entire team. We also have another presenter joining us online from Taiwan. He's a Ugandan, Mr. Beka Matovu. He's a senior researcher at the Department of Environmental Biology and Fisheries Science, National Taiwan Ocean University. He will be presenting an abstract online. On the third panel still, we have Dr. Mary Ejang from Lira University. She will be presenting an abstract on gender dynamics on cooking fuels. We also have our last presenter on panel 3, Mr. Dennis Gobo, and he's from Munu University. He will be presenting an abstract on behalf of his co-authors, Alphonse Opio, Clement Okia, and Christine Oriema, and Justin Kilama. So those are our presenters for panel 3. The reviewers for panel 3, we have Dr. Muhumuza Fred from Makerere Stroke MUBS. We also have Dr. Patrick Byakagaba from College of Agricultural Sciences, Makerere University. They will be our reviewers for this panel. At this juncture, please allow me invite our first presenter, Madame Judith Awakoroch from Gulu University, to present her abstract. Thank you. Just to note, each presenter has 10 minutes to present their abstract or paper. And the same goes for the reviewers. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will stand on the protocol that was already established. Judith Awakoroch is my name. I'm a lecturer at Gulu University, but also a PhD student. I would like to thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from Denmark. They are the ones who are funding my PhD. I'm on a scholarship called Upchain in Gulu University. But I want to thank Dr. Sylvie for giving us this opportunity to be able to disseminate our work at this point in time. My research is titled Uganda's Green Finance and Agency of Energy Transition, a reflection from households producing green charcoal. From the earlier debates, we are talking of wood charcoal. Now it's a time for transition. Before I go deeper, I would ask what is green finance? I thought maybe I should speak before I continue with this presentation. Green finance is basically any kind of funding, grant, or loan that has been set aside for greening the environment. Other people call it climate finance, others will call it any green finance and sustainability finance, and different people use different names, but I chose to call it green finance. From our discussion earlier on, you'll agree with me that wood fuel continues to be a primary source of cooking fuel and a source of livelihood for the common people in the north and other places in this country. And one would wonder, why did she go for the entire country? It's because energy transition is a responsibility of everyone in this country, but also clean cooking energy needs to be a responsibility of all stakeholders, as alluded to. Now, the challenge here is that clean cooking technologies such as electric gadgets, call it other gadgets, are quite affordable by a few households. So you'll realize that not many are using it, even when these opportunities are there. But at the same time, green charcoal or briquette, according to literature, started in this country since 2008. You realize that governments have been able to train communities or self-help groups, development partners in the name of NGOs, faith-based organizations are training people down in the community. But after the training, what happens? They stale. We realize that some of them did not continue with this vision of producing the green briquettes or the charcoal for that matter. So that means that the uptake remains low in this country, and yet it demands skills which are not demanded for by the wood charcoal that is in surplus today. People need to be trained on how to carbonize the materials, how to mix, how to extrude, and how to dry them, which is not the case with wood charcoal. And then it needs a kind of funding to buy these gadgets as they move along, and then there is need to market this product so that the consumers or the users are at it, because you realize that some of the consumers are not aware of these alternatives. So this research assessed the effect of green finance on sustainable livelihood of these people. So the number of questions I'm asking here, when the government is putting a ban, when we are saying stop, what alternatives are we providing? Are they affordable to the common man? Are they available? Are they accessible? Because we realize that when you go, especially north, every 100 meters has wood charcoal. But green charcoal are mostly bought at their places of manufacture. So that makes access to them a little bit a challenge. My question looked at a number of hypotheses that I've put here. I looked at measures of financial access, financial innovation, capacity building, and the quality of product quality and how it affects the livelihood of the producers. So my hypothesis says that these measures I've mentioned do not have any significant relationship with sustainable livelihood that we are going to test. So now my methodology is mixed. I use both qualitative and quantitative method, and my research has been cross-sectional. The dimensions of measures, as I said, were financial access, financial innovation, capacity building, And then I used stratified sampling for the quantitative method, and yet purposive for these qualitative respondents. And then I used simple random sampling for survey, and then I use in-depth interview for the qualitative and added to observation as seen in the pictures somewhere there. The quantitative samples were 384 based on Cochrane's sample of unknown population or infinity, because I could not establish the number of people producing green charcoal and it was informal. And then I did 25 interviews until I reached the saturation level, and then I was able to stop. Now, to ensure that these variables that I selected were reliable, I had to do the reliability, the convergent validity, and the collinearity tests. I will go very fast because of time. And then as you see that on the alpha Cronbach method, my tools were, or my variables were reliable because it is accepted at 0.7. So many of them meet that criteria. I will not explain the average variance extracted. Probably you will be watching some of them. And then I went ahead to do the heterotroid test and the monotroid test results for discriminant validity. And then as you can see in the figures that while financial access and financial innovation gave us 0.6 and then 0.6, the rest gave us 0.8, which are a little bit higher, showing that there is a significant relationship between green finance and then sustainable livelihood. And then I went also for the structural model. According to Hare and other authors, 2020, a value of 0.05 is significantly acceptable. So when we look at capacity building, when we look at financial access, you'll see the variation. While financial innovation has 0.03 and so forth, you'll see that capacity building and then quality had something that is greater than 0.05, meaning that the financial access and financial innovation are better predictors of sustainable livelihood as compared to the two variables that I had considered. And in conclusion, we realized that green finance has high potential to sustain livelihood, because I discovered that there were a number of producers at various levels. There were those individual women who were producing their briquettes, and then there were those groups which I termed as self-help groups that were trained by the government and the NGOs, and then there were private business owners that were also producing. And then these groups had their dynamics. I realized that the private owners were excelling, and they are mostly located in central Uganda. That is where I carried some of my data, giving the perspectives of this sustainable livelihood. In central, I looked at Kampala, Wakiso, and Mukono. In the north, I looked at Amuru, Gulu City, and Lamour, and in the east, I was in Soroti and Tororo. Someone will ask, why do you go to these places? The located green charcoal producers, they are sparsely populated. So I could not find them in one.
You have 1 minute,
okay.
Please.
I could not find them in one location. I'm wrapping up. So My finding shows that financial access and financial innovation in terms of grants, tax waivers, subsidies, and affordable loans for entrepreneurs have better predictors of sustainable livelihood. And when I look at the qualitative data, that was the voice that was coming from the field. And then my recommendation is that there is need for partnership and collaboration to expand the market spaces for green charcoal so that it can sustain livelihood. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Madam Judith Awakoroch from Gulu University. That was very elaborate. Next, we would like to invite Dr. Nabulia Jessica from Bugema University to present on behalf of her co-authors an abstract. Please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this event, URIPEC. I also would like to thank the funders, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Denmark. I also like to appreciate the viewers and the audience at large. I'm here on behalf of my co-authors of this study. On this study, when you look at the title, it's Local Institutions Debates, a precursor to lasting solutions to the cooking fuel challenge amidst climate change in East Africa. Actually, when you look at this title, it justifies the major reasons as to why we are all here at this time. We are in a debate, then at the end of the day, what will be the expected outcome, depending on the magnitude of the problem at hand, all right, which is cooking fuel challenge. So the outcomes from cooking fuel challenges have been analyzed at different levels, and the debates have been held still at different levels, at institution level, at national level, at international level, but you find that the problem is still persistent. So we are saying, why is it still persistent? And can we find tangible solutions, come up with the interventions? Then debates as strategies, can they help us to come up with tangible solutions? All right? So with my co-authors, we looked at this problem, and we found that cooking fuel energy is a concern to everyone, irrespective of income status. It directly affects the cost of living, gender equalities, education, environment, and healthy outcomes. You can find that, like from the previous discussants, the access and affordability to clean cooking fuel energy alternatives has continued to be a challenge globally, calling for maximum attention. How is the picture at the continental level? Because we are covering East Africa. In Africa, cooking fuel energy has been worsened by several factors, which I think we should focus on while trying to come up with the solutions. One, we have the increasing population and urbanization. There's growth in urbanization rates. Then there is failure to tailor local needs with homegrown solutions to address the cooking fuel crisis. Yeah, you have been seeing that the previous discussants, they talked about clean energy sources, including electricity, the use of liquefied petroleum gas or LPG, all right? So those ones give rise to questions. Those solutions being able, can they be able to address the local needs? That is providing solutions to the problem of cooking fuel challenge. Yeah, just to paint a picture about the problem on the East African region, based on statistics, it is indicated that the use of firewood and charcoal, or what we call the biomass, is still taking a largest portion. In Uganda, more than 90% of the population cooks using firewood and charcoal. In Tanzania, firewood provides 85 to 90% of the energy, although you find that major efforts are now towards gas cooking. In Kenya, 82% of urban households rely on charcoal, and in East Africa in general, you find that the lowest percent, there has a lower percentage of 7% of individuals who have access to clean fuel cooking, right? Though currently the improvements in access rate is still less than 1%. Market access has been registered in Kenya with 32%, while Tanzania is at 10%, and in Uganda here, we are still at a very low level of 6%. Based on that picture about the problem which we have at hand, we are thinking what could be some of the solutions to this. And among the strategies which can be adopted is through localizing local debates. We come here, we meet here, we find solutions, we brainstorm, we exchange from those who are practicing, the practitioners, and academicians, researchers, so that we can be able to find permanent solutions to the problem at hand. So what are the expected roles of local institution debates? They are serve as centers of sources of knowledge and ideas, and different stakeholders, including students, lecturers, innovators, policymakers, and implementers, come together to increase awareness. I'm sure by the time you came here, you didn't know much about cooking fuel challenge, but as we speak of now, you have picked quite a number of things. For me here, when I came here, I didn't know so much about policy and other things, issues, but now at least I've got another perspective on how we can intervene to address this problem. Then debates provide partnership opportunities for academic researchers with the private sector and policy makers to support new innovations. So when you see this debate, we have a number of stakeholders or partnerships. We talked about the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Denmark. Then we have Macquarie University, students who are here, even presenters, we are from different institutions. So it gives us the opportunity to interact and find permanent solutions. Then these debates trigger stakeholders.
We have 2 minutes.
They trigger stakeholders to walk the talk by practicing the use of clean energy, efficient techniques which can be copied by their respective members. So that was the objective, which is in line with the title. The methodology, we use the pragmatic paradigm with the interpretivist approach. And the study involves an exploratory sequential design where qualitative data is gathered and analyzed based on individual perceptions of the semantic area. We also use inductive analytical procedures, sampling and sample size. We have a total of 415 participants in this study. The results show that there are quite a number of innovations relating to use of fuel, cooking fuel. Too many scientists lacking to pilot their projects due to shortage of funds. Then the new innovation in line with cooking fuel alternatives have been hindered by the registration requirements of the new products and issues relating to patents. Then there is increased dominancy of the Western world in the region based on funding to impose policies which meet their own business strategies and interests. There is a mismatch between resource planning and investments, including cooking alternatives and a naturally endowed, cheaper and accessible resource by majority households. Way forward, there is a need to co-create indigenous policies based on evidence, research, without copy and paste if we are to address the cooking fuel problem. Africa should rise up to address its cooking fuel challenges in the house because it understands them better with the increased cooperation and investment. Yeah, if we think that it's the Western world which is going to finance our problems always, then we shall always be at the losing end. Local governments within the African countries should come in to finance such initiatives in order to address the problem. Conclusion: organizing local debates, increase stakeholder participation to generate ideas and knowledge in identifying homegrown solutions, promote institutional cooperation to challenges of cooking fuel amidst climate change. Lastly, the commitment by the respective stakeholders determine the level of success of the intervention. Intensifying debates based on evidence-based research increase awareness when government provides funds from taxpayers' money to promote such initiatives. I'm sure we should give a clap or appreciate the government of Ministry of Foreign Affairs of government, which has invested funds in this event. Lastly, bringing together academic researchers and policymakers in the debates help to mobilize resources, promote cooperation, and implement debate outcomes in order to change the status quo. So it's followed by a list of references which we based on to collect this kind of information. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nabulia Jessica from Bugema University. Next, we would like to invite Mr. Beka Matovu. He is a senior researcher at the Department of Environmental Biology and Fisheries Science at the National Taiwan Ocean University. He will be joining us online and he will present an abstract as well. Mr. Beka Matovu, are you online?
I am. Can you hear me?
Okay, please, you may proceed.
Right, yeah, thank you very much for the introduction.
Excuse me, Mr. Beka Matovu, kindly increase on your volume.
All right.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to connect with researchers back home, even though I'm very far away. So I'm going to share with you something different. Like I've been hearing about researchers talking of energy law and stuff like that. So my presentation gives a different perspective where I try to bring in a new approach on how we can question the transitions and how we can implement them. So based on that, I'm going to present something called integrating the resource nexus approach into sustainable livelihood, climate change, and energy transitions in Uganda. So this research is based on reflections from communities in Mityana district, as well as what literature says. So as someone introduced me, I'm a researcher and I'm based in Taiwan right now. And I recently graduated with a PhD in sustainable development. And I'm also affiliated to other institutions. So in my presentation combo, I'm going to talk of basically 7 key aspects. Like I'll show you what the energy ecosystem is in Uganda. Then we can bring out thought-provoking questions. Then I'll show you the method I use to get some of these answers, the key findings, and how we can localize this. Then from there we can get some takeaways that can help us scale up this aspect. So when you look at Uganda's energy landscape, energy and development landscape, we have a dilemma in that you find that Uganda is endowed with several resources. And when you look at the ranking of these resources, biomass is the most dominant, and it accounts for 94 to 95% of the total energy consumption. However, when you look at hydroelectric power potential, it has increased, as well as for other energy sources like geothermal energy, solar, to mention but a few. But the challenge is when you look at this energy potential, it has not been tapped, and in some cases it's underutilized. For example, even though 95% of the Ugandans rely on biomass, you find that only 59% of the demand is met. So it means even within the biomass landscape, there is still a challenge of meeting the demand. So similarly, when you look at the comparative energy use per person, Uganda is really lagging behind. This potential has not translated into the global targets, especially on energy use. So when you look at this, Ugandans, every person in Uganda averagely uses 660 kilowatts per hour. And this shows either a lack of reliance, a lack of energy sustainability perspectives, or reliance on unsustainable energy sources. And most of this energy potential, as I said, is untapped. So as Uganda is trying to look into NDP4 and Vision 2040, it means that these are concerning indicators, especially in the context of sustainable energy transitions, and it requires scholarly analysis. But then we have to ask ourselves, what provoking questions can entice government, policymakers, and researchers to revision this? One aspect is how we have to look at how this dilemma emerge. Then number 2, we have to look at what are the practical ramifications, especially in rural communities. Then number 3, what are the other practical ramifications to other communities? Then how can we navigate this? And what could be the benefits towards sustainability transitions? So to understand this, what I did a transdisciplinary approach which leverages both systematic literature as well as participatory interactions. So I've analyzed 2,100 articles through customized searches on Scopus that capture the key constructs in this discussion, like energy, climate change, rural livelihoods, and food, plus resource nexus. Then I also conducted 150 rural household survey. It was part of the Ministry of Energy survey, which was conducted in Mityana district. So I captured 5 key landing sites around Lake Wamala to see what do they use, for example, and why they use so, to mention but a few. But before that, I had to look into literature to see what does literature really capture in the context of energy. So when you look at find that narrow conceptual focus has been there on energy resource issues, and it only increased around 2021, where aspects like off-grid have been emphasized. When you go to the other dilemma that I found in literature is that there is still limited research interest in topical issues around energy transitions and sustainable livelihoods. And most of the researchers are more fascinated with climate change, but hardly dive into the systematic drivers of this change. So when you look at this analysis, it shows that 9% of researchers who tackle this issue emphasize climate change, but they've not situated it into the energy transition or sustainable livelihood aspect. Then another aspect, which is a dilemma, is sustainable energy policies are either new themes in Uganda, especially in rural areas, or they are declining in impact and level of development. For example, there is a program of rural electrification, but in this analysis, I realized that rural electrification and energy policies, they are just emerging or declining themes. It means that the policy actors have not really tried to look onto how we can build this sustainability in this sector. So when I looked into the community level, like around Lake Wamala, I was fascinated with the results. One aspect is through this lack of policy coherence, etc., you find that excessive deforestation has occurred because most of the people demand fuel wood. And here they had created like an area where they make charcoal. Then also there is still over-reliance on unclean energy sources, exposing women to kitchen smoke and health complications. Then another dilemma I found out, which has created diverse ramifications, is charcoal burning and environmental degradation, especially around Lake Victoria shores, has made most of the communities resort to planting eucalyptus into areas which are ecologically sensitive. So it means that as communities try to look for ways on how...
Excuse me, Mr. Beka Matovu. Can you hear us? Because we cannot hear.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
I can hear you.
Kindly continue with your presentation, but you have approximately 2 minutes left.
All right, so then another challenge I found that because of the higher fuel and electrical costs, some of the households spend more and others have resorted to illegal connections. So through this, we question ourselves, how can we move beyond this? So that's where I brought in the resource nexus approach. So I argue that this dilemma can be solved through the resource nexus approach. So when you talk of the resource nexus approach, it connects and links all the resources and their fluxes to create transitions. In other words, it tries to look at what are the materials, for example, sourced, in which space, which climate and maybe other environmental trade-offs it creates, and how it can affect other key resources. So it means that when it incorporates the resource nexus approach into the energy and climate change discourse, it can bring in a nexus of understanding of other key aspects that determine sustainability transformations like water, energy, food, and environment. And through this, nothing goes to waste. So it means we can bring in circularity in the use of...
Excuse me, Mr. Beka Matovu. Yes. We are unable to hear you. We lost you again. But we can add you an extra 1 minute to conclude.
All right, thank you very much. So this is the...
just a minute.
Framework.
Your volume is still very low.
This is the framework I developed. It's called the Resource Nexus Framework. So I integrated all these perspectives to show what can happen if we bring in sustainability into energy transitions and what impacts can it lead to in the context of sustainable development goals. So some of the key takeaways from my presentation is Uganda's energy endowments alone cannot translate into national development and sustainable livelihood outcomes, and existing policy targets are incompatible with rural realities, which needs a rethink. So comprehensive assessment of these gaps is needed. And as most policies are still siloed, it means we need to integrate in other perspectives like the resource nexus approach. Through the resource nexus approach, we can understand how we can link all these dilemmas to build sustainable transformations. And the developed framework can help us achieve this. So these are some of the references I used, and yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you to Mr. Beka Matovu. That was very elaborate. For our next presenter, would like to invite Dr. Mary Ejang from Lira University. She is physically present. However, she is going to be presenting while seated due to a temporary mobility challenge as she recovers. We are grateful that you actually made it here today. So, Doctor, you are welcome to present your abstract on gender dynamics. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm delighted to be here. You'll excuse me for presenting while seated. I have some challenges which cannot enable me to stand for long. My name is Mary Jang, as I've already been introduced, from Lira University. I would like to thank the organizers of this symposium. More special thanks goes to Dr. Sylvie, the Danish Foreign Affairs Department for funding our sitting here, and the consortium of Copenhagen, St. Augustine, and Makerere University for organizing this sitting. I'm presenting an extended abstract on gender dynamics on clean energy access and the dilemma of climate change mitigation, that is the topic, in northern Uganda. By way of introduction, literature indicates that over 50% of the world's population lack access to clean cooking solutions, and close to 3 billion people still rely on biomass source of fuel to meet their energy requirements on a daily basis. And the most affected groups of persons exist in Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa. Sub-Saharan Africa alone make up to 70% of the world's rural population that do not have access to electricity, simply because of the poor network or infrastructure in electric connection in the rural area and the exorbitantly high cost of electricity. Uganda is not an exception. And yet we know that cooking using traditional solid fuels has health problems, not only health but also economic problem, because in the process, greenhouse gases are emitted into our atmosphere, and unsustainable utilization of this fuel, especially charcoal and firewood, causes deforestation in our environment. The provision of clean cooking solutions, we know that provides a response to Sustainable Development Goals 2030, especially Goal 5, 7, and 13. And there is an international debate on clean cooking energy, which has become one of the human rights, according to the United Nations. But in Uganda, there is that call for a ban on commercial production and trade on charcoal, following the Executive Order number 3 of 2023. His president issued that directive. Though this sounds as a very good strategy for environmental conservation, the directive does not provide an alternative to clean source of fuel. And the most affected persons in northern Uganda by this order are the women who actually shoulder the burden of providing for cooking fuel at household level due to their gender roles. We also know that 95% of Ugandan households still rely on biomass as a cooking source of fuel, meaning only 5% can sustainably use alternative, which is the clean cooking solutions. That is very alarming. 95 is a very high percentage. Now, the high consumption of biomass contributes significantly to our forest degradation, and it also affects the health of households because of the poor quality of the air emitted. In fact, studies shows that the combined effect of indoor air pollution and environmental pollution cause up to 13,000 annual deaths in Uganda alone. This is alarming, which calls for immediate intervention. Gender power dynamics influence household choice for cooking fuel. How do spouses interact to determine availability, access, and usability of cooking fuel at household level? In northern Uganda, it is the women and girls who spend disproportionate time collecting firewood in forests, in swamps, in bushes. This is a very risky task, very dangerous, that exposes them to dangers associated with the process of fuel collection. And it's not just time-consuming, but it is risky. There is a perception in northern Uganda that firewood is a free resource, because traditionally, fire used to be fetched from communal forest, which to date does not exist anymore. But because firewood collection and provision of cooking energy is taken to be a female gender role in the region, women still have to risk looking for fuel in the forest, some of which have been privatized, some of which are now owned by individuals. This paper, therefore, analyzes the gender relations in access to cooking fuels amidst the climate change mitigation dilemmas in northern Uganda. Now, the purpose of this paper is to inform intervention on the Sustainable Development Goal 5, which talks about gender equality and empowerment of women and girls, and then access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, modern energy. And 13 crowns it by giving directives for calling for an urgent action to combat climate change because of its impact on the entire globe. We employ a gender lens in analyzing household dynamics in accessing cooking fuel, and in this line, we contribute to Uganda National Integrated Clean Cooking Strategy by informing policy action from a gender dimension. Most studies have been focusing on the health implications and economic implications of biofuels, but we look at this from the perspective, from the social perspective, which is gender. This is a study which is in progress. It is actually, this is a preliminary findings which we are presenting in this symposium. And we use mixed method and cross-sectional study design, integrating both qualitative and quantitative research approaches. Our study area is the peri-urban settlement of Lira City, the Western Division. Like I said, it's a pilot study. And so far we have accessed 55 respondents disaggregated by gender into 30 and 25 females and males respectively. We descriptively analyzed the data and thematically looked at the qualitative part of it. In the discussion, we employed the agency theory to analyze how women navigate the traditional norms to balance the gender power and make decisions in regard to provision of household cooking energy amidst the gendered cultural practices and norms. Because gender dynamics oppress women at household level. That is just the demographics in terms of distribution. Then education level, majority of our respondents had low level of education, primary and below.
You have 2 minutes left.
Okay. The findings indicate that still charcoal and firewood dominate the cooking fuel in northern Uganda. There is a strong belief that firewood collection is a female gender role, but women collect firewood to save on household expenditures. However, there are mixed insights on whether firewood collection and energy provision is an exclusive gender role, but there is also a belief that provision of cooking energy takes women's valuable time from other economic activities. Our respondents also alluded to the fact that there are inconveniences and gender-based violence as a result of reserving provision of fuel cooking energy to women alone. That is some of the voices which we picked, we collected from the field. The gender dynamics and climate change mitigations, what are they? One, there is still traditional reliance on cooking practices using firewood because of the negative mindset and poverty amongst our people. Then there is inconsistent government policies. We have seen the president issuing a directive without providing alternative sources. There is poor infrastructural network for clean energy source like electricity. And then women and children are still stuck in that process of biofuel provision, and they are exposed to risk. Then we have socioeconomic and cultural barriers that limit men in northern Uganda from sharing the role of providing fuel energy at household level. While we talk of transiting into green charcoal value chain, there is inadequate skills at household level. So our communities need to be equipped with the skills on how to adopt clean cooking energy. By conclusion, gender-based inequality still exists at household level by influencing the choices of cooking fuel and deprives women of their time, increase their workload, and
cause changes in intra-household power dynamics. What are the policy implications? Transition into clean energy source and climate change mitigation calls for a concerted effort by one, sensitizing our population on the dangers of climate change, subsidizing the cost of alternative source of fuel, building capacity of women and youth. Why? Because they are the majority who are affected. And we are calling upon government and non-government organizations to invest in the provision of clean energy sources. Then there is need for promoting sustainable policy on wood fuel by, for instance, encouraging households to plant fast-growing trees that can, save our forests, because transition into clean energy is a gradual process and requires a lot of resources and investment. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mary Ejang. That was very elaborate. At this juncture, please allow me invite Mr. Dennis Gobo from Muni University to present on behalf of his co-authors, Alphonse Opio, Clement Okia, Christine Oriemo, and Justin Kilama from Gulu University. Mr. Dennis Gobo is going to be presenting an abstract. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I want to welcome all of you for my presentation. Dennis Gobo is my name. I lecture at Muni University, but I'm a PhD student attached to Gulu University, but being supported from Gulu University, Muni University, and Boku University in Austria. My study title says Determinants of Relevance for Adoption of Renewable Energy Interventions, a case of refugees and host communities in Terego district, northern Uganda. Uganda hosts over 1.9 million refugees and asylum seekers. This is from UNHCR report 2025. Terego district alone hosts over 269 refugees and asylum seekers. You will realize that the impact of this is that there's increased demand for cooking fuel, building materials, also conflicts between refugees and the host communities because the refugees want to use firewood which they don't own, they use from the host community. As a result of this, there's also environmental degradation. Partners responded through renewable energy projects, that is biogas, briquettes, solar, improved cook stoves for the communities to adopt instead of continuing with the traditional methods. But however, a lot of documents have shown that the adoption of these interventions has been so low. By adoption, I mean that the refugees and host communities were expected to take a permanent decision to use these interventions as their best option. By relevance, in this study, we look at how these renewable energy interventions, how do they support the needs of the different social groups within the community. That means the women, people with disabilities, the sick and disabled people, how have the renewable energy interventions matched with their needs and their expectations. In the theoretical framework, this study used the fusion of innovation theory that was basically to explore what are the characteristics of these technologies that have been promoted in terms of how complex they are, their affordability, and other factors that relate to their characteristics. The study also used expectancy value theory. You'll find that communities expect to save things like time from these interventions, that when I'm using a particular technology, it should be able to save time for me. And also, maybe my students should be studying easily from it. Maybe I should get income from it. Those are expectations that will be explored under expectancy value theory. The study also used the socio-technical framework that tries to direct that. There's a need for the interventions to modify themselves to fit the community. But at the same time, there is a need for community to modify their behaviors to accept these interventions. That is the socio-technical framework, whose inclusive innovation system now looks at the different marginalized groups like the sick, whether the interventions really support them. In the conceptual framework, expected benefits, technology characteristics, distrust, social values can influence the relevance of renewable energy interventions. You'll find that despite of all these investments by development partners, such practices still persist up to today. You'll find that here the community expects multiple use of a technology. If I'm boiling my beans, I should be able to roast maize on the other side. So if we are promoting any technology, what are the multiple use of that technology? You'll find that communities have local income generating activities like maybe, let me say, for example, cassava chips. There's no renewable energy technology that can host that utensil. So the communities, it makes our interventions irrelevant to them because they have their own expectations from these technologies. This is a good technology, but you find that the sick and the elderly people have concerns on the weight of the technology for flexibility. This is a briquette making machine whereby the whole day, the quantity you make can just prepare one meal. So you'll find that this contributes a lot to the relevance to the communities. The communities also have challenges with the repair of these interventions. This is an abandoned biogas plant, and you find broken, improved cook stoves that cannot be prepared, but the communities have already spent on it. Therefore, what is the objective of this study? I want to explore the factors that determine the relevance of these renewable energy interventions for their adoption. In the specific objectives, we are looking at technology characteristics, we are looking at the expectations, and we are looking at the distrust. What are the research questions? Now, what renewable energy technology characteristics determine their relevance for adoption? What are the expectations of the different social groups, like the youth, the elderly, the women, and disabled people? What are the expectations? How do distrust from renewable? By distrust, I mean that communities have bad experiences, like from previous projects and so on. This is also affecting the relevance of this intervention. On methodology, the study combined both positivist and interpretivism, in which to seek an objective knowledge on relevance according to the views of the communities. Why interpretivism? To seek a subjective knowledge based on the experiences of the communities related to these interventions. It's a descriptive cross-sectional study whereby the quantitative approach comes first, then the qualitative comes later. Systematic random and purposive sampling methods. In systematic random, the list of beneficiaries from development partners who benefited from these interventions were used to determine the sample size. Quantitative data was analyzed using descriptive statistics and linear regression, and qualitative data was analyzed using thematic analysis. The results show that traditional practices like drying seeds in the kitchen by our old women have still been valued up to today in those communities. You'll find that the long technical procedures and heavy labor requirements for cook stoves and briquette makers still make them irrelevant for some people in the communities. There's cultural attachment to to traditional cooking methods among the elderly. As I said, improved cook stoves still get complaints that they are too heavy among the elderly and the sick people. Firewood provide warmth for all people, still the value of that. People still get a very big firewood log and heat themselves at night using it, which you may not do easily with some of our current renewable energy intervention. But however, something interesting is that the youth are more interested in our technology, in the new traditional, in the new renewable energies. Why? When you are using 3-stone stove, you are forced to bend down and blow fire, if you have experience, which the youth are trying to avoid currently. So this is contributing to the relevance of these interventions to the youth. My recommendations are a disaggregated renewable energy needs assessment to cater for the needs of the social groups, design technologies that support local income generating activities, like the traditional, when you go to those communities, traditional brewing of alcohol by piling a big pot and some things, which the renewable energy technologies currently don't support there. So that is creating irrelevance on their side. The issue of local artisans. A lot of biogas plants have been abandoned, they are broken down. You're supposed to call a technician from Kampala and transport him by giving transport and the rest of the things. So local artisans will be of importance. Review labor requirement for the interventions. Thank you. As I said, this is a preliminary findings from objective 2 of my PhD study, but given another opportunity in the future, a deeper findings will be related to this. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dennis Gobo. That was very interesting. At this very juncture, please allow me invite the reviewers for panel 3. And I would like to invite Dr. Muhumu Zafred from Makerere and MOOBS. Doctor, you're most welcome.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here while my system is bringing what I wanted to bring. It's not powered, it's powered by clean energy. That's possibly the problem. If it was crude energy, I would be up and running. But I wanted to make some general comments that can be carried along. From an economic perspective, many times we use words, and I think one of the things here is about the words we borrow from the global and bring them home. And we have not contextualized them, which I think for me is the area of serious research. You cannot talk about alternative sources of energy for the 95% of those who are using biomass when we don't know what that means. Who has quantified the 95% requirement so that we can say these green energy are an alternative? Because that may require more than all the energy the River Nile can ever generate. But because we don't know that stock, so everybody thinks green energy is an alternative to biomass without knowing how much biomass is used per day by the 9 million households in Uganda and wherever they are. So that quantification will be key, and a cost. And I think so we need to be conscious not to be carried away by the words people use. I also saw here a comparison that has actually misled Uganda, comparing Uganda's energy use by the rest of the world. There are places in Russia whose temperatures go to negative 50 degrees centigrade. Those guys really need a lot of energy to even allow their chicken, goats, and cows to survive. In Uganda, we don't need that. So we can as well have very less usage of that other kind of energy because the sun gives us all we need. So straight line comparisons should be something I wanted to caution people on. Our Korach, I think. How are you? Where is? Sorry if I murder your name. I got it right. Well, there are two words I thought you need to emphasize in your title. One is the urgency. Uganda's green finance and urgency of energy transition. Where is the urgency here? When is your title? I want to see that urgency. If we don't act in the next 10 years, will we be dead? So what urgency needs to be explained in there so that we know what you are referring to. The other one I found was household producing green charcoal to sustain livelihoods. So are we talking about the household that are producing the charcoal or consuming the charcoal or both? It wasn't clear in the information I got. Which households here we are talking about? The ones producing and using or producing for sale? Okay. So that needs to be clear because there you are talking about a very, very fundamental constituency that we all looked at when the president gave an ultimatum and a ban. He said, you may be looking at the Muhumzas who buy the charcoal. You have not looked at the Ogwals who produce the charcoal and the Akechis who sell the charcoal by the roadside. That whole supply chain. So that's a good thing to look at the other side. I thought that is a positive thing that you need to carry on. I don't have much time, I want to believe. I look at the paper, what you aim to do, the dilemma surrounding and shaping green and renewable energy transition in resource-constrained settings. One of the things I think we need to clarify on is the specific constrained resources we are referring to here. Later on, I see a lot of things being mentioned. Is the constraint the financial, the human, the physical, the technological? I find all of them being mentioned in your findings, but of course I didn't have the privilege of having how you went through. Because in the early stages, most of you are actually simply saying, I will collect qualitative and quantitative data, and you are denying us, your reviewers, the opportunity to see what data are we talking about here. One or two examples would help me to know what quantitative and what qualitative data are you collecting. Lastly, I think it would be good to have a good idea on the percentage of those households using biomass, wood, charcoal, and firewood that are within the constrained sources bracket. Because not all the households are constrained. So how many are we talking about when we talk about constrained resource environment that are using the biomass? Even Muhumza here, I still use biomass. So am I constrained, and in which way? It may not be financial, but sometimes I'm constrained by time. That by the time they tell me there is no charcoal in the home, I can't even go out and buy it. All the women who sell the charcoal have gone home. That's my constraint. Or the boy who is supposed to bring it is not there. He can't bring it by bicycle. So it will be clear to tell us what kinds of constraints, besides the financial, which I imagine is one of the obvious ones. And it could also be knowledge. We know there are people with knowledge about it, but they have not adopted. So what is the constraint for these people? But also you want to get into the deeper economics. I saw the minister yesterday distributing gas cylinders and saying this is the transition. And I'm like, madam, there are Ugandans who earn 5,000 shillings a day for all their expenses of the day. So in that 5,000, the charcoal is only 1,000. Now when you give this household a cylinder, which requires 100,000 to refill, this household has never seen 100,000 in a lump sum. So to them, that is not alternative. So you need to engage some of those things, because that's where the policy distortions and inadequacies are coming from. We come up with American solutions, and we think they should be Ugandan solutions. So I liked really that of indigenizing the conversations, but I think that is possibly another study. Can I disappear or go into the other one? Feel free to ask me a question in the next 1 minute. As my archaic system loads the next comments. This is Nabulia and team. They have quite a number of human beings here taking a whole full page. So I don't know who to address, but I'm addressing you in broadcast. One is they present to us very good percentages, and actually this is where the failure to tailor local needs with homegrown solutions, and I think the last presentation here brings in those homegrown solutions. I'm not just boiling water, I'm also roasting maize. I'm also warming myself. And remember, there is more maize up there drying so that it's not eaten by pests. That's my seed for the next season. So I'm not just cooking. It's a whole complexity of things. So when you bring me a gas stove, what am I supposed to do with those other things that happen in that kitchen? You don't, and the goat, remember, is also in the neighborhood of that kitchen. So I think this localization of institutions and solutions is key. But also let's not forget that the people we are comparing with out there, gas in Europe is not sold in cylinders. It comes in pipes like the water to your house. So here is very complex. Because her home and the next home are 2 kilometers apart. So do I lay an entire pipe for 2 kilometers to go and supply the other home, and then this home? These other people live in flats and apartments and clusters. So it is very easy. So the homegrown solutions are key. But they must bring out these realities that we are talking about in our local institutions. So the dialogue and the conversations should be speaking to cost. But also in Europe, you are allowed to continuously use the gas even when you don't have the money. Because gas is a matter of life and death. As I've said, when temperatures are below 35 degrees centigrade, you can also have cut you off because you haven't paid. That is criminal. Now, how are we localizing our other solutions here? There will be continuous cooking even for those who don't have money. Yakai can understand darkness, we shall sort ourselves out. But when I have to cook, people must bring that into the conversations. So walking the talk, I think this is what should set the tone for the academicians in their conversations. So the study really is looking at those conversations where I want to add content to them to go and think about, besides that dominance of Western-based cultures and forms of funding. Because sometimes we are saying the Western funders dictate the narrative. This meeting here, I thought, was also partly funded by Westerners. But they are not here dictating the narrative. So that's not a good excuse. Shelve it and find another one, because you are insulting the very people here who have bought the water and enabled us to be here. It's not always Western. Some of them are free. You can use my money to talk anything. So those are there. Can we find those who will allow us to do our thing with their money? It's not a bad thing. And then the restrictions only for the ESC and peers, because I see these restrictions of debates. There are also other academic institutions which are constrained by the funders. It's not just the ones in Africa. Because even in Europe, you'll find they are funded. Trump has just cut funding to entities like Harvard. So we cannot say the South institutions are being limited. We have our peers in the North who too share the same arguments with us. And partnering with them would open up for us resources. I want you to avoid asking for taxpayers' money to have these conversations, because I will not release that one strictly, especially in this time when I need to manage an election. And I've just recruited another 100,000 police constables who need to be paid and deployed and managed and satisfied to make sure you guys can have a good election. So an academic debate on charcoal is definitely down the ladder, if not down the drain. So you academicians think of where to find yourselves money. And there is money on climate change, for sure, to fund these kind of discussions, especially when you have opportunities for online. That money can be easy. So for me, the source of money, we need to expand that. And then I'm not very sure about the hindrance of registration and patenting affecting us from testing and even rolling out. It may come at a later stage, but there are still a lot of things that we can be able to do within our means. I hear you out. Some of you don't want to release your knowledge because it may be stolen. But there's sometimes when you let go and people will come and reward you for having released the knowledge. I will end with one simple example. The internet was found by Tim Berners-Lee, and he gave it to the world free of charge. You imagine if he had clung onto it, where would we be? But was later on recognized and rewarded. The same fellows who found the RNA, which is the mother of the COVID vaccine, did so in 1989, but became very useful 30 years later. So sometimes it is good for you to say, let me give it to the world. Before you patent, who knows? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Muhumuza Fred from Makerere University and Makerere University Business School. Please allow me invite Dr. Patrick Byakagaba from College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences, Makerere University, to give his remarks.
Maybe I have that. I don't want to bend like. Thank you very much for, first of all, the invitation. It's always nice. This is my first time to be here since 1998. I haven't been here in this building since 1998. That shows you. I see you even have nice tiles, which wasn't the case many years ago. And to the presenters, congratulations for having reached up to this point. And my senior colleague, Dr. Muhumuza, I didn't ask you the rules of engagement or the rules of procedure. I'm assuming that what Fred followed or used is the standard. I'll start with the general comments to the almost all the 5 or 6 that presented, but I'll limit myself very much to those that are focusing a lot on energy. It's very important that, am I audible or I use this? Is it okay? Okay, great. It's very important that we contextualize energy transition. The temptation to follow the international interpretation or discourse or narratives around energy transition can be very high, especially when you are from what I like calling these countries, these developing countries or these institutions which have to rely on others. Because in our system, if a person transitions from the 3 magic stones, which I think one of you showed, to charcoal, stove, that is a big leap. If Dr. Muhumuza bought a nice sigiri or charcoal stove for his grandmother, that would be an improvement. So we need to contextualize this and see how applicable it is to us. Then also the other general comment is the gender roles are not very static or static as we always suspect. They're very dynamic. We recently I co-authored a paper with one of my students registered in Iceland, and we found that in Ajuman and the Luero, it's the men who are fetching firewood. Are you surprised? We kept checking the data again and again and again because on our team we had a member who is an extreme feminist. So she was really not believing that this is true. But we told her this is what the data is saying. So digging deep, we found out that each time we have scarcity actually of energy sources, the men jump in. And I think it is the same with water. When water gets very scarce, you see the men jumping in. So let's be open when we are looking at some of these dominant views on what gender roles are in our societies. Another general comment is many of you are using theories, frameworks. It's very crucial that we unpack those theories and try as much as possible to contextualize them to our studies. Quite often we just throw them there and we don't contextualize them to what we are doing, because many authors have used them, but how applicable are they to your study? We also need to, in this energy discussion, energy transition discourse, we need to open up a bit, and that of course involves me, in terms of how we look at it. I think it was Baker who was talking about the use of, I'll get into the specifics, the resource nexus approach. I would like us to be looking at this energy transition using a systems approach, so that we're able to know what could be the trade-offs, what could be the win-win scenarios as we try to promote the different perspectives on energy transition. Since there were no rules of engagement, I decided I have specific comments for each of the authors. I will share with them. I will share them with you, and then you can always share with them. I will start with Baker, Dr. Baker Matovu. He has a very good concept or paper that he presented to us, but I still believe it has a lot of rhetoric and less of hard data. The approach he's proposing is commendable, which is the resource nexus approach, meaning we can learn a lot in the way communities use some of the resources around them. And his interest was mainly to look at how the different resources are affected in relation to when people are looking for energy, how does it affect climate change, how does it affect food security. So my view is that he could apply that approach so that we're able to see more of the trade-offs that occur when people are utilizing these resources for energy, when these people are utilizing these resources for food, and its implication on our quest for climate resilience. Then the other quick comment that I would like to give him too, again, just like the others, unpacking RNA or resource nexus approach and why we use it, okay, and why it is recommended for this kind of study, I think would be very useful. And the debate around its application in relation to our interventions to address climate change or to address energy issues is growing. So I think it is worth pursuing if you can unpack it and also demonstrate how useful it would be, especially in relation to the policies that we suggest. Okay, the policies, the measures we suggest, because like he said, quite often we work in silos, and part of the reason why we work in silos is that we do not have adequate information on the linkages or the interconnections between actions on certain resources and other resources within the same space at community level. I'm sure you're about to warn me on the time. I'll go to the next student or candidate. You see, I'm used to students, and you people are professors. Okay, I think the lady who worked on gender dynamics, your name, Jane? Mary, yes. Mary, good topic, gender dynamics on cooking, fuels, energy transition, and climate change mitigation, perspectives from northern Uganda. I found the theme very long. If you could shorten it, when I went into what you were reporting, I felt that this title could be improved by just saying gender dynamics in cooking fuel transitions, perspectives from northern Uganda. what is happening around in terms of gender dynamics as communities transition when it comes to cooking fuels, or anything that reflects really what you have in your results. I have specific comments which I think could help you also improve in relation to the frameworks that you chose to use. Any gender-related study, if you don't have Kabir, then you have not done a good job. Not so. The two frameworks that you provided, I found them very useful. But the question was, to me, that I did not find, at least in the abstract, is how you unpacked again those frameworks. For instance, Kabir talks of voice. So how are the voices, what kind of voices are emerging as we transition in these households? Decision making. What changes do we see in terms of decision making at a household level, men and women? So all those dimensions of gender relations that we usually interrogate, it would be useful to have them articulated, but also with hard data on what is happening in these communities. You make some very, since we are in a law school, conclusions which do not have enough evidence based on your findings. So I encourage you to limit yourself to what you have in terms of findings, than sharing what would have been your wishes, in my view. And then, of course, I usually tell all my colleagues in gender who are female that it is, you are not an activist. You are a scholar. And usually you have to take off the jacket of an activist and remain a scholar. And scholars usually will remain to the findings that they got in their studies. Dennis, I think. Yeah, is the last. Dennis, good job. In relation to, you want to look at determinants of relevance for adoption of renewable energy among refugees and host communities. I like the word relevance. Usually when people ask me how is the Makerere University, I usually say, we are trying to remain relevant. So I've got the nickname of Mr. We are trying to be relevant. Because our job, once we are declared irrelevant, people will leave us, or at least they will not have interest in us. This was a good choice of a theme, but I have a couple of views. Again, the job of reviewers is to give the opinion, so you can choose to take them or leave them. I felt where you use interventions, maybe use technologies in the title, because you need to maintain what is commonly used. So instead of energy interventions, you could use technologies. It's generally accepted. And then looking at the preliminary results, because sometimes in the abstract it's a bit difficult to know what your purpose was. I observed that you are interested in what you call technology-related factors, because those technology-related factors could determine whether that technology is relevant or irrelevant, based on the interest, based on the social cultural context of the people using technology. Now, in energy-related discourses, there are many categories of determinants of energy technologies. And the technology-related factors is just one category. So if you choose to, from what you have so far said and found, I see you focusing more on the technology, what we call the technology-related factors, leaving out the other determinants. Because if the topic still reads determinant, it means we would have to also look at the other, beyond those that are considered as technology-related. So you have a choice to do all or to only limit yourself to the technology-related. If I were in your position, I would go for the technology-related factors, because that seems to be where the gap is in terms of some of these technologies we introduce. Then I'm about to finish, Chair. And once you choose to go for those technology-related factors, this preliminary study which you've done would help you identify those factors such that your study is more quantitative but supported or enriched by the qualitative. Meaning you do all kinds of regressions that you want to do to see whether those technology-related factors are critical for a particular social category or social categories of your households. For instance, who are those interested in technologies that can do multiple purposes, like you are mentioning, brewing alcohol, okay, or having a fireplace, or curing the seed. It's possible that not all of them fall in that category. So I think that would be a good way of looking at it if you went for those determinants while clearly knowing them, apart from what we have in literature, but also what you have been able to find through your initial or preliminary assessments. I think that's it. Have I left out Becca? I think I talked about him. Yeah. So Becca, good study, but I hope he's still online. But please try as much as possible to have hard data where you use the resource nexus approach. It's a good approach. You have a lot of information that you have shared, especially in the abstract, that I did not find super useful, especially those earlier frameworks that the country has applied to improve the livelihoods of households. How I wish you would go straight to the nexus that you want to interrogate using the resource nexus approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Patrick Byakagaba. And before we conclude, our dear presenters, does anyone have a comment? Would you like to comment in just 1 minute, please?
Okay, thank you, our moderator, and thank you, my reviewer. I'm glad to say that I've been seeing you on TV. So when I saw you at lunch, I said, he's the one, but I'd not met you. So I'm glad to touch base with you. Thank you so much for the good work you're doing to the country.
Yes, please. Dr. Jessica Nabulia.
Yes, I also want to appreciate our reviewers for the time taken to see that we develop and come up with a better piece of work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, Dr. Mary Ejang.
Thank you. Thank you very much for listening to us, and I want to thank the reviewers for the comments. Just 2 areas of retaliation. I think I was one of those who gave percentages in biomass use. I gave percentage of biomass use in Uganda, but I qualified it into charcoal and firewood, not other forms of fuel. So I was specific in except that I could not air out every specific. It was not those other forms of fuel. So it is basically Uganda, charcoal and firewood. The other comments are just to improve our work, but I want to also inform that while in Luero, these are differences in culture. While in Luero, it is a collection of firewood is a designated male role. In Lango culture, it is female role. So it varies from one culture to the other. And I did not generalize. I am specific on Lango and not the entire Lango, but Lira district. Otherwise, I want to thank you very much for all your comments. I've taken them up to improve on my write-up. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And this brings us to please, Dennis Gobo, please.
Sorry, first of all, I want to thank the organizers of this day's conference. I'm really excited about it because when you are doing your research, you yourself, sometimes it is hard to have that confidence, not until you put it to your colleagues and other people who can review it. You collect a lot of knowledge from them, then you'll confirm whether you are either in the right direction or you need to start afresh. I'm really very grateful for our reviewer. I believe that it will help me now make what I have better. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So this brings us to the end of panel 3. Kindly extend a round of applause to our presenters and reviewers. Dear audience, if you have any questions or comments or any queries, kindly note them down. We shall address them at the end of the last panel. So ladies and gentlemen, at this very juncture, we are going to host our 4th panel. It is our last panel for the day. And I would like to invite our presenters. So most of our presenters for this panel will be online. And we will start with Jacob Dreyer and Lucas Kabi from the University of Copenhagen. And they are presenting a paper. Jacob and Lucas, can you hear us online? Are you on?
Yes, we are on. Can you hear us?
Yes. Kindly take the floor and present your paper. Thank you. Just a minute. Jacob and Lucas, you have a maximum of 15 minutes to present your paper.
Yes, that's fine. 1 second, I have to share my screen real quick. One second. I'll start talking while I do this. Excuse me. Okay, so apparently you can't share the screen. I will have to leave and then come back. Can another person start and then I will be second? Is that okay? I'm sorry about that. There's an issue with the screen sharing. That be okay? Can I go second?
That's okay, you can go second. Can we have Lucas in the meantime? Okay, I think because you're co-presenters, we can have Emmanuel Wankomezi, that's right, yes, to present as Lucas and Jacob prepare to share their slides. Thank you so much. Before Mr. Emmanuel Wankomezi starts his presentation, I would like to invite the reviewers who are physically present to kindly come and sit in front. We have Dr. Matthew Mabele from the Department of Geography, University of Dodoma, Tanzania. We have Mr. Ngogo Mangenyi, a PhD student from St. Augustine University, St. Augustine University, and he will be giving a review and comments from Dr. Rosemary excuse me for that, Mwaipopo, who is unable to be with us physically. We also have Professor Optuna Kweka from Department of Geography, University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. They traveled to be here with us physically. We are so grateful for your presence. Kindly.
Yes, good evening. Yes, my name is Emmanuel Wankomez. I'm a lecturer in the Department of Geography at St. Augustine University. I would like to give my thanks to the organizer, Dr. Sylvie, Dr. Zara, and all the organizers. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm presenting my paper, of course, which is focusing on assessing socio-economic and cultural conflict in the energy transition in Uganda. So the presentation outline will focus on background or context, the research gaps, study objective, theoretical framework, methodology, findings, and conclusion. Now, in the context, transition from charcoal is an essential step as we are talking about decarbonization and climate change mitigations. So shift is necessary, but we are saying the shift may not be technical or environmental challenge, but it is intertwined with the socio-economic and cultural conditions or cultural fabric, so to say. Therefore, transition from charcoal is essential because we are talking of decarbonization. Then this will be essential, but then there must be some aspects that we need to take into account. Climate change intensifies pressure, and because when we are talking of avoiding charcoal, then we are investing in reversing some impacts of climate change because it exerts pressure and creates some conflicts that reflects the broader global dilemma in energy transition. So this study, of course, examines these tensions, arguing that sustainable energy transition must be grounded in a socio-economic realities. So this study is focusing on socio-economic realities that should be taken into account when we are talking of transition, and of course take into account the cultural context of the affected communities. If you read literature on the global perspective in terms of decarbonization and transition, most of the literature address transition in a very simple way, and they think, of course, that you can use one method to everybody to transit. But this paper argues that transition is not a one size fit all. So there must be some conditions or some aspects that will take a local perspective into account in order to transition from charcoal to clean energy. So if you fail to account unique characteristics of the communities or unique challenges, because every community will have its unique challenges. So failing to account for unique challenges faced by community whose charcoal is hardly or mainly embedded in their daily life. So this oversight risks what we call marginalization. Marginalization of the affected groups, mostly women, youth, who are mainly involved in charcoal chain. So we therefore argue, or this contribution argues that charcoal is not just the source of energy, but it is also a cultural commodity tied to a traditional cooking practice and social identity. So it's not just a commodity that you can wake up and say, stop charcoal. No, it is connected to cultural commodity and of course tied to traditional cooking practice and social identity. So this study addresses three key specific objectives. One, looks at the socio-economic cultural concerns associated with charcoal production and consumption in Uganda, identifies and analyzes the social conflict arising from change in charcoal value chain, and examines how individuals and the communities cope and respond to challenges of transitioning from charcoal to alternative energy. So the study is guided by two theories. One is the social constructivism theory, and this one flames charcoal, that charcoal is not an energy source, but a social constructed commodity embedded in a cultural identity, gender role, and community livelihood. So that notion is derived from a social constructivism theory. But we are also guided by the conflict theory, which focus on power dynamics. Because when we are talking of dynamics, there is power relations and power inequalities and social tensions which arise from change in charcoal value chain. Because if you ban charcoal, that means you are affecting a lot of people, or you are affecting the livelihood of other people. So society conflict originate from competing interests and resource distribution inequalities. If you know, resources are not evenly distributed, so transitioning to clean energy, it has an implication on societal conflict. Therefore, transiting exacerbates existing social conflict among marginalized communities. Methodology: this study was carried out in northern Uganda, Gulu, Obongi, Amulu, Otuke, and Lila, and we sampled, this area were sampled due to the following reason. One, high volume of charcoal production, rendering this district key supplier to major urban markets. Two, heavy reliance on charcoal as a principal energy source for household. And three, availability of presidential ban on charcoal. And data were collected between August and November 2024. Data collection: we did the key informant interview, we did survey, household, sample size 200, computed, that is the formula, and we used the inferential techniques, the binary logistics, of course, to determine the contribution of each factor. So objective was dichotomous, representing either the occurrence or non-occurrence, particularly in social, economic, and cultural concerns, social conflicts, and adaptive coping strategy. So what are the findings? One, under socio-economic and cultural concern, we are saying income level of household, employment, which was based on production and sale of charcoal, cultural preference for charcoal-based food. This one influenced the charcoal dependency of the community. We also found out that 70% of the decision-making of what energy to be used at home was basically on women. So women decided, and of course they preferred the charcoal for its controlled eating and convenience in preparing slow cooked meal. So women were in the center of energy decision at the household. So most of the respondents, 74%, preferred the charcoal, or maybe they admitted that charcoal was the reliable energy than electricity, and this one is due to frequent power cuts and LPG expensive price. One key respondent said charcoal is part of our kitchen tradition, so if you remove charcoal, then you are removing the heat of the cooking. But generally, under this objective, affordability and availability of charcoal makes it indispensable. Of course, because mostly in these areas, charcoal is cheaply available and is accessed very.
Excuse me. You have 2 minutes left, please.
Okay. Anyway, on the second objective, energy policy, on social conflicts from changing charcoal value chain. We have energy policy. Of course, they restrict charcoal use perceived as an attack. So those policies which ban charcoal or restrict the use of charcoal they are perceived by local community as attack on tradition. So there is conflict on private forests. We saw the migration, especially on Balalo and Baganda. Those people were, most respondents were complaining that there were conflicts. But laws on ban, by the presidential ban, this one created a competition for limited resources, exacerbated environmental harm, and of course the ban was mainly on focused only on punishments, and this one neglected policy and law in addressing the deforestation drivers. Coping with energy transition, community coping mechanisms were shaped by economic realities. So it was not the issues of transiting or transition to clean energy, but then we needed to focus, the studies need to focus on economic realities, the cultural and infrastructure limitation, rural electrification, and some other aspects. So only 27% of households in northern Uganda had adopted to alternative energy source, such as LPG, solar, and briquettes. So the reason could be this low adoption, upfront price of alternative technology, poor influence and local social norms, government subsidies not sufficient, preference and awareness, and fear, anxiety to transition. We have successful stories on explosion of gas cylinders, etc., etc. So those hampers transition to clean energy. Conclusion, poverty level, income dependence, and lack of cheaper energy alternative have remained the main factor accounting to charcoal use. So charcoal is a survival strategy for many households in northern Uganda. The ban and fines intervention, this one has strengthened what we call the black market of charcoal, or black market of deforestation activity, corruption, and local resentment. Hybrid energy use, coping, combining charcoal with alternative. Of course, this one is practiced because in most households, they were using 2 or 3 forms of energy for cooking: charcoal and gas, charcoal and firewood and charcoal. So this one is very good for transition. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Emmanuel Wankomezi from St. Augustine University of Tanzania. I would like to ask Jacob and Lucas if they are ready to present now.
Yes, we are. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes,
can
we can hear you. Kindly
Very good. I'm sorry
proceed.
about the screen sharing issue before. Yeah, and thanks so much. I'm very happy to be here, and sorry that I can't be here in person. I address you from Copenhagen in Denmark. And I'm part of this project as a postdoc, and also have a PhD in global climate policy from the University of Copenhagen. And my co-author, he's starting his MPhil at Cambridge actually today, so he can't be here, but sends his very best. And allow me to begin my presentation. And the topic of my presentation is what we call literature review that we conducted, focusing on the impact of international intervention in charcoal value chains. And so the idea or issue behind the review is that on the one hand, we see that climate action, there is increasing demands across the globe to step up climate mitigation, but there's also a risk that it might interfere with social stability and also economic development, as many presentations today already confirm. And charcoal here is a key concern that's sort of, and I would argue, at the center of climate change dilemmas across East Africa and also many other areas around the world. As so many have already said, many households are still dependent on charcoal for cooking. And for that reason, we think it's important and interesting to look into how these international demands and incentives to limit the use of charcoal, how they impact local realities, both urban demand, livelihoods, institutions, and the potential both opportunities but also tensions that this clash between international mitigation targets and local realities might create. And against this backdrop, we focus on this question: what changes do internationally induced interventions into charcoal practices in Tanzania, Kenya, and Uganda cause? And the way we've answered this question is through, as I said, a literature review, which is more or less systematic way of collecting and synthesizing previous research. And we conducted what's called a semi-systematic review, which we argue is a suitable approach for mapping both theoretical themes, but also to identify knowledge gaps. And this is based on past publications, so I'm very glad to see that many of the gaps that I will present on here are already being addressed by many researchers that have been here and presented today. So the way we operationalize this is that, first of all, we've chosen several keywords both regarding the forms of change that we focus on, for example, climate, biodiversity, pollution, growth, also, of course, both East Africa as a region, but also the countries in question. Then our third category has been energy transition, where we try to include all of the relevant concepts in that context. Then charcoal, and finally related phenomena such as deforestation, land use, and agriculture. And then we've used two databases, Scopus and Web of Science, to collect all of the articles that include these concepts as key concepts, to make sure that we gather as many relevant publications as we possibly can as part of our review. Then regarding our method, we started with 365 articles based on that sort of broader data collection, and then we removed duplicates but also articles that were not relevant for our study. And then at the end we nailed down 214 studies that were directly included in our analysis. This provides a brief overview of our categorizations and how many articles were in each of the categories. So for example, just over half of the articles directly mention charcoal. If I will go into more detail regarding each of these in a moment, I just thought it would be perhaps worthwhile to provide one table that shows the general overview, and I'm happy to share that afterwards if anyone's interested. And based on these 114 articles, these are our main findings. So first, we found sort of a geographical skewness in the sense that we see, first of all, that the vast majority of articles focus on rural areas, around 75%, whereas urban and peri-urban or mixed context receive significantly less attention. So for that reason, I'm glad to see that so many also today focus on the urban but also mixed contexts. And then secondly, regarding the country level, we see that not as many articles so far have been published focusing on Uganda, and also we haven't seen that many that have a regional perspective focusing on differences across these the main countries that we focus on today and are the focus of our article. That's the first finding. So there's a geographical skewness. And then the second finding is that there is a massive focus on international interventions, especially in the area of forestry, of land use, then also the energy sector, where issues related to development and health receive significantly less focus. That's also what we consider to be an important gap that could be addressed more in the future. And then a second point, we've seen a priority given to technological and incentive-driven solutions provided through international programs such as RED+. So a lot of the studies focus on the impact of these internationally induced programs. And there, what could be missing or what could be researched even more is the role of lawmaking, the role of regulation that is not as often the center of attention in the studies that we've reviewed. And then the third point is about gaps in literature, where I would like to elaborate a bit more on where we see that even more research could be done. So first of all, as I mentioned before, it would be worthwhile to consider less economically and technologically focused studies, as many have also been today, focusing more on the social equality, gendered dimension of charcoal practices and the impact of moving away from charcoal. Secondly, we see that there hasn't been as much focus on regional actors, so either the focus is on global actors or the local level, whereas, for example, the role of the EU, the African Union could take more space. And then, as mentioned before as well, the urban demand dynamics are, I would say, an important gap, since both the use of charcoal is very widespread in urban environments, and also the impact of charcoal use, both regarding income, but also importantly regarding pollution, is very important in those contexts. Then, as I mentioned before, the social impacts of charcoal use and also moving away from charcoal still could receive more attention, both regarding, as I mentioned, the gender aspects, equality aspects, and also the value chain of charcoal's impact on the economic sort of livelihood of communities across the countries being studied. And now moving to our conclusion, we would argue that it would be worthwhile to focus more on local institutions, justice concerns, urban demand, which could provide a more nuanced understanding of both the causes of the continued importance of charcoal use, but also the impact, positive and negative, of moving to alternative forms of cooking. So, building on that, we have sort of 4 suggestions for future research. So the first one is that we would appreciate, and I already did that today, so that's great, to hear more about urban charcoal dynamics. What are the demand patterns, distribution networks, and city-level governance impact? Secondly, we find that the justice and equity dimension could be studied even more, both regarding gender, benefit sharing, but also regarding who gets to design and impact the regulation that then shapes charcoal use. And regarding institutions and governance, we actually find that there's an overemphasis perhaps on national top-down programs, whereas the study of local, national, and regional programs and legal frameworks could receive more attention. And then finally, if scholars want to focus on the global level, there we find that it would be relevant to focus perhaps a bit less on multilateral organizations such as the UN or the World Bank, and look more at more informal forms of impact and challenges, both in the area of carbon markets, international climate finance, that sort of play an increasingly important role, but still has not received the same attention as these formal multilateral programs have. So yeah, at least from our study, we would find relevant to see even more of that in the years to come. Thanks so much, and I look forward to hearing your feedback, and thanks for a great day.
Thank you so much, Jacob and Lucas. I would like to invite Mr. Grayson Nyamoga. He is from Sokoine University of Agriculture, Tanzania. He will be presenting online, and he is presenting an abstract. Mr. Grayson, do we have you online?
Hello, hello. Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, please, you can be heard.
Okay. So wait. Is my screen visible?
Yes, Mr. Grayson, your screen is visible. Please proceed.
All right.
You have 10
All
minutes.
right. Thank you so much. As I've been introduced, my name is Grayson Nyamoga, and I'm presenting on behalf of the team and the names you can see down there. This was part of my PhD, so the rest are my supervisors. So my topic will be on, I changed a little bit, it was charcoal, but it's fuel harvesting, a threat to sustainable management in Tanzania. So this will be my outline. Just to start as an introduction, deforestation and forest degradation contribute to about 12 to 29% of the global greenhouse gas emission based on the current literature. And deforestation causes negative impacts to the carbon stock, to biodiversity, agricultural land and catchment forest, and the water sources as well. In Tanzania, we are saying that deforestation is a serious problem because it contributes to almost 1 to 1.13% per year, which is equivalent to almost 400,000 hectares lost per year. Based on the UNDP and the World Bank statistics, after 2027, the population of Tanzania mostly will be urban. So the urban population will be larger than the rural population. And according to the FAO findings, the industrial wood harvest in Tanzania is only 10%, which is 2.7 million out of 40.2 million cubic meters. So the rest, you see the rest of the wood harvested in Tanzania is used for either charcoal or firewood. And for industrial materials is only 10%. And like in other presenters said, the use of charcoal and firewood in East Africa is very high. In Tanzania, it's almost contributing to 90% of the total biomass is from wood. So as you can see from this figure here, in Tanzania, almost 61% of the population are using firewood, and about 30% are using charcoal, mostly in urban areas, and less than about 10 or 15%. Probably the data may have changed now after promoting the clean energy, but this is the current statistics. Very few are using gas and electricity. So what's the problem, one will ask? Because we see a lot of presenters mentioned that the urban population is growing, the household is increasing, number of households in urban areas is increasing, and the population is increasing. But the economic growth is also faster. So most of the families now are consuming either charcoal or firewood. But the problem is we are using very inefficient technology to produce charcoal or either to consume in the consumption side as well. We are using very inefficient technology, therefore leading to the high demand of the biomass, which necessitates us to harvest a lot in order to feed the demand for the wood biomass needed. So we tried to develop a model which will try to assess the sustainability of fire and charcoal production in Tanzania and assess the future demand for the firewood, for the wood, charcoal and firewood in this sense, and identify what are the future promising research that we can develop. So we equate supply and the demand of the biomass, and then we model that the harvest will depend on the cost and the market clearing quantity in each region. So this is the model we use. We estimate the quantity, the demand quantity, and then in the demand curve, we use the height and the width also to calculate the the demand quantity, but we also discount these by using the discount factors shown here. So we used the NAFOMA information which was collected in 2014 and is published by the government, and we use population also as a proxy in estimating the demand, and we in forecasting now the demand for 100 years. And we have these scenarios: a business as usual, a high consumption scenario, low consumption scenario, and the extremely low scenario. But we also model the technological advancement improvement in order to check how the demand will be. So if we see that because population in Dar es Salaam is higher than in other regions, so Dar es Salaam has the much higher demand for wood, for charcoal and the firewood. Our starting demand was 83 cubic meters in 2014. But if we, in a very extreme low scenario, we see that this demand will increase up to 92 cubic meters in 2041-42, and then it will start declining. But after 100 years, the demand will be only 56 cubic meters. But in the low scenario, that's the extremely low. In the low scenario, it will increase up to for almost 100 years, and then it will start going down. But the total demand after 100 years will be 171 million cubic meters. In the two other scenarios, the business as usual and the high scenario, you find out that the total demand for the wood will be very high, extremely high, as you can see, 1,700 and 441 million cubic meters, which is very, very high. So we allow also the model to harvest in the harvestable inventory, the total inventory, and the harvest in general. So we allow the model to harvest only to leave the reserves, to harvest in the harvestable areas. You find out that after 100 years, we will have harvested almost everything. But in the total inventory, after 100 years, the total inventory will keep increasing, but it will start declining because the harvest is very, very high. The demand for firewood and charcoal will be high because the population will be increasing. And if we harvest in reserves, we see we will lose everything after 2090. In the harvest, we find out that if we leave the reserves, after 2060, the total wood harvest we have will start declining. So after 100 years, we'll have nothing to harvest. And if we harvest also in the reserve, we will harvest for almost 100 years, and then everything will be gone. But if we also put the price, we see that the price in the four scenarios, in the high scenario and the business as usual scenario in the right-hand side of the slides, you see the price will be very high. But in the extreme low scenario and in the base year, you see the price are significantly low. The price will be high because the demand will be high at that particular time, as we saw in the business as usual and the high scenario. So this just to conclude, we see that the future increase in the production and consumption of firewood and the charcoal reported in this study is alarming, despite putting the technological improvement on how to at least minimize the use of wood fuel, in this case charcoal and firewood. So this research was short, but we think more research are recommended for improving this kind of forecasting model for the consumption of wood, particularly the charcoal and the firewood, which most of the presentations today was focusing on. So we need to improve technology, both in the production side and also in the consumption side. So improve the cooking stoves and also the charcoal making stoves, which will now increase the efficiency and then lead to less demand of the firewood, but also of the wood for producing charcoal, and then less charcoal used in each of the households. I think this marks the end of my presentations. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Professor Grayson Nyamoga, for that robust presentation. I would like to invite Dr. Janeth John Mushi from St. Augustine University of Tanzania to present an abstract. And are you online?
Yes, yes.
Oh, please proceed. Kindly present. And you have 10 minutes to present your abstract.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, doctor, we can hear you.
Okay, can you see the slide?
Not yet.
Not yet?
No.
You cannot see the slide?
No, we can't.
Okay.
Doctor, are you able to share
yeah,
your screen?
I'm trying to, I'm sharing.
Okay, please. Excuse me, doctor, if you're having issues, with sharing your screen, maybe you can proceed in the meantime, and you can share your slides later.
So I can just present?
Okay, yes, please.
Okay, let me then present.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. My topic and my area which I'm going to present is the shift of clean cooking, exploring women's perspective in climate change mitigation. And under this area, my concern is first to see how the clean cooking a central energy transition to the climate change. How does this women transmit themselves to the climate change mitigation? How do they handle the situation? And another thing, as an introduction also, women are the ones who are most affected with the primary role of cooking, so that they rely mostly on using the firewood, charcoal, in Tanzania. So with that case, then women are more vulnerable when it comes to issues of climate change and the use of this cooking gas and other things. So traditional fuels, deforestation, greenhouse gases, they put women at some point also in health risk, and that also affects on the way how do they go through on that particular issues of mitigation. How do they mitigate in terms of them transmit from that particular transition? So clean fuel, liquid petroleum gas, and all like electricity, biogas, they are underutilized, and so that we need women need to utilize them so that they can transmit, they can mitigate and transmit from the way of using the biogas. So the problem is the study expects it to go to the problem whereby women in urban areas are still relying partly on using the biogas, despite the better access to clean fuel, and that makes it reflected to the study whereby 80% of Tanzanian women in their household still depends on biogas in their primary cooking fuels. That becomes an alarming in the cities. And then also the barrier, the barrier, affordability, infrastructure, culture norms, safety concerns has been one of the key issues which address this particular area. But also the information gap. What do they know about the issues, the transition part? So it has limited women in terms of also comes to them in a way that what do they decide in part of their decision making, what to use in cooking or what should they adapt. So the gap is that women, what's the women perspective? What do they think? What do they reflect as the women in the urban, in the issues of energy transition? How do they adapt? And then do they really know their roles in terms of adapting this transition so that they can be in the safe side? So then what does it prevent women in Tanzania from transition to the clean cooking? That has been the way of catching on this study to see. The research objective expected to this study is to identify the main barriers women face in adapting. So what do they face in adapting the clean cooking technologies, but also to assess the information gap that limits women knowledge on the decision making, because if they're adapting, then there must be a way of them having a chance to the decision making to clean cooking. Also to explore the adoption of strategies, women in use of coping energy transition challenges. How do they adapt, the adaptation process to these women? Are they adapting using the both ways or one? Or what's the adaptation process? But also another thing in this study, why is it important? What's the justification of this study? It's more of helping in terms of contributing the gender energy in terms of climate way of dealing with things. That these women, as the gender-based, they are women, they are primary cookers, whatever, when it comes to kitchen aspect, and then how are they imparted with this particular way of adapting another way of cooking so that they can come out of that, but also the practical policy to help the women, healthy improvement, also this study can help. Theoretical way of moving, doing this study, the study will be guided with the gender and development whereby the guides, whereby these women in terms of their ways of development, thinking of coming out from one situation to another, one step to another, but also the feminist political economy framework will also help to help the way of how to shape the interaction of women with the environment they are facing and their situation that makes the woman to move. But also in general way to help them in a way of decision making power in access to clean cooking technologies, whereby they adapt it and they see that is a good way of cooking for the family. The scope of the study will focus on leg zone, as the topic says, whereby we're going to focus on Mwanza, Bukoba, and Musoma cities. To see the focus will be more on urban women in Tanzania, even though the abstract areas talked about also the rural and the peri-urban women. But the fact that these two groups, they have a different way of adapting the transition due to infrastructure differences, the socioeconomic variation, low exposure to awareness, and so that the focus might be most to urban women, so that it can be very clear and straightforward to help the transition in the city area. The literature review and summary area focus will focus on climate change and household energy. Also, women will be the center in household health energy, but also the issues of barriers as the literature part, information gap, what information do they face, and the adaptation strategies. What are the adaptation strategies these women are using to transform? Methodology, the design, descriptive and explanatory, a mixed design method will be used, whereby the population will be women over 18 years old as the primary cook, but also sampling to be more purposive for key informants, stratified random households for women in those areas, but a lot of factors also will be considered in stratified random, considering the women, considering the house, the level of them adapting the cooking, new technology, but also data collection, the questionnaire, FGD, the focus group discussion, and key informants will be used, and the analysis is through quantitative and qualitative in terms of thematic and qualitative will be used. Expected contribution, the study will give an insight to urban women clean cooking adaptation. Also, the policy recommendation in urban focused climate action. Also, the practical pathway for reducing women issues of health and environmental risk. That also will make to have a conclusion whereby there will be a general way of knowing how does this women who are in urban areas, they can adapt from biogas to the new technology ways of cooking, using the gas, and as they consider all those aspects in terms of their knowledge and the transmitting. And that will also raise up whether there is other factors contributing for them not to go to that stage, despite that they are knowledgeable, maybe being in rural, in town, and other factors. So that make the conclusion of this presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
And thank you so much, Dr. Janeth John Mushi from St. Augustine University of Tanzania. Going forward, the remaining presenters, in the interest of time, we would request that you kindly skip the methodology and use approximately 8 minutes, because you're already out of time. I would like to invite Professor Emmanuel Patroba Macheche from Muhachi. Okay, thank you so much. I would like to invite Professor Emmanuel Patroba Mohach from the Open University of Tanzania. He will be presenting online and he has an abstract. Professor, are you with us online? Okay, thank you so much. Please proceed with your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Am I heard?
Yes,
Hello?
Prof, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. As have been introduced, my name is Emmanuel Patroba Mhatre, working with the Open University of Tanzania as a lecturer. And I congratulate the team for preparing this symposium, and I'm very happy to be part of this workshop. This seminar. Okay, this is I have tried to develop this in the kind of a paper. Although in the beginning I presented it as the abstract, but I have started working on analysis of the data. So the title of my paper is Overcoming Barriers to the Adoption of Alternative Urban Energy Sources in East Africa, and this is evidence from Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. And as the others have said, is that energy sources in East Africa are dominated by firewood and charcoal. That is for household energy. And for the Kenya, they are using about 82% of the people there are depending on this biomass. Tanzania approximately 80%, and Uganda 90%. And it is obvious that this area has several alternative energy sources, including hydropower, wind, solar, geothermal, power, which represent a significant untapped renewable potentials. It's supplemented by a small contribution to petroleum and fossil fuels like coal, natural gas for modern sectors. So based on the literature I've reviewed, it is concluded that the region heavily relies on charcoal despite of its varsity renewable resources. And this is coupled by several challenges, which I will present them as we go up. And also, I want also to talk a bit about what is alternative energy source. That alternative energy is a natural, and it referred to be renewable. And this is alternative to fossil fuels, used to generate power. And it can also be supplemented by conventional sources of energy. So here, when I talked about conventional sources of energy, it includes the fossil fuel base, including coal, petroleum, and other sources. Alternative energy sources can replace the use of charcoal and firewood, and this is depending on the technology development and the political will of the East African countries. Alternative energy sources, as I mentioned, there are several. It depends on the area. For example, along the coast, they can have the energy from the tidal and waves, nuclear energy in the area where the Rift Valley passed. Solar energy is everywhere. Wind energy can also be available or obtained in area which is a vast open land. Hydropower generated from water, geothermal energy generated from heat, and leakage, as the others have said, biomass, and the biomass generated from organic materials. So several areas are blessed to have this kind of alternative energy sources. So based on charcoal, forest in Tanzania excessively threatened by increased charcoal production, and this is fueled by the increased demand. And one of the reasons which increased demand for that is the population change and urbanization. So for example, Dar es Salaam, which is the largest city in Tanzania, the rate of population is very high. It is about 4.91%. And according to the census of 2022, the population was about 5.3 million. And currently it is estimated now to be about 80 million. So Dar es Salaam city consumes approximately 70% of all charcoal produced in the country. So you can see how the consumption of charcoal is very high in this region. So this is what have convinced me to have this study in this particular place and see what is the barrier of people using charcoal and not opt for alternative energy sources. The increasing demand for energy sources, for energy that charcoal and firewood is the result of population increase, as I have said. And it is estimated that ranging from approximately 1.9 million tons of charcoal were produced in 2020, that is exceeding 1.6 million tons in recent years. So you can see there is a slight change here from 1.9 million to 1.6 million. This may be is the result of some people have opted to go for alternative energy sources. So charcoal is the most preferred form of energy in urban areas based on the affordability and the access to it. So charcoal is used by more than 82% of urban households in Tanzania compared to 34% in rural areas. So you agree with me that most of the rural areas are depending on firewood and not charcoal. This is a methodology, so I will not talk about this, as you have said. So coming to the issue that I was keen to know why people are not opting for alternative energy sources. The first reason which I've managed to get when I was conducting the interviews and the admission questionnaire in the field is that the first mention was high initial investment cost. So some alternative energy sources are expensive to install, including solar panel, wind turbines, and biogas digester. All this requires significant upfront investment, which many communities or families cannot afford. And this was commented by 77% of the 285 people I managed to talk to. The second reason, which was also a problem, was lack of technical knowledge. So some people have this alternative energy source, but when it gets broken, it was a problem, or it was difficult to get the technical people to repair them and make it use. So this was mentioned by 61% of the respondents. So another issue was due to low awareness. Some communities are unaware of the benefit or mistrust the effectiveness of alternative energy sources. And this was also this problem to culture, for example. For example, people from rural areas, they prefer that the food which is cooked by charcoal and firewood tastes differently than which is cooked by alternative energy sources. So the taste differ. So this was also the issue which people are not interested to opt for alternative energy sources. Weather dependence is that some areas were complaining they have the solar energy, but sometimes it is not functioning because of cloud, which obstructed the sun rays to go to the solar panels. So this was also a problem. Also, some of the big organizations that they are lacking a place to install the solar panels because some of their factories require big area. So shortage of land was also mentioned as another issue. Affordability was also a problem. And the truth is, even to nowadays, it is easier to use other alternative energy sources such as gas, like Oryx and Taifa gas, which are also affordable. So this can also be an option and not a barrier to some of the people who were interviewed. I talked about the affordability, that people prefer to use charcoal, but when you compare the price of charcoal and the use of other alternative sources, it seems that charcoal is expensive than the others. For example, the one families which were interviewed were using briquettes, and they say that they're using briquettes because when comparing the price of buying, let's say, a kilogram, a sack of 50 kilogram to 25 kilogram of charcoal is expensive than buying briquettes. So briquettes are more affordable than wood charcoal. So this was the experience given by one of the people who are interviewed in that area. So the recommendation which I have come up to this point is that the livestock keepers can opt for biogas because the material to use for the use of biogas is available. So I say that this kind of alternative energy is depends on some of the families, because I found one of the family were using this kind of alternative energy sources because they are keeping livestock, so they get material to feed in that biogas digester. So also another recommendation that the government and the NGOs should provide subsidies or soft loans to the people who are unable to buy those alternative energy sources, so that they will pay slowly. Also can make a mechanism that when they are going to change the cylinders, they can be paying a small amount so that they can pay for and use that alternative energy sources. And one of the barrier was the awareness that people are not aware of the differences between the cost of using charcoal and the others. So they need to be given knowledge on how they compare the two. Offer technical training that the scientists which have buying the let's say solar panels, they can be trained on how they can fix whatever the problems emerge in their equipment. So this will also solve the fearness of the people not to go away from this new technology. Also, schools and health centers should also serve as a model for renewable energy sources, because we expect that these centers, most of the people or most of the community visit that place. So if we have that kind of technology in that area, people can also learn from these places. And so the students or pupils can also be trained on the importance and how to use this kind of alternative energy sources.
Professor.
Finally, that alternative energy source is crucial for promoting health, conserving the environment, and support sustainable development. And also, with support, awareness, and the proper planning, communities can shift from harmful traditional practices that using of charcoal firewood to clean energies and the reliable kind of the energy. Although alternative energy sources is vital for protecting biodiversity and promoting sustainable ecosystems management, addressing financial, technical, and policy-related challenges is crucial for successful implementation of clean energy. So that's what I have for now, and here I just like this kind of picture here because you can see how this guy is struggling, and we are getting charcoal from this. And I think we are buying charcoal because we are not involved in this chaotic activity of it. If everyone in urban areas is given this kind of work, I think most of us will move from charcoal to alternative energy sources. Thank you for your attention. I submit.
That was very elaborate. Thank you so much, Professor Emmanuel Patroba. Mwache. Okay, thank you so much. I would like to invite our last presenter for today, for panel 4, Mr. Jackson Bulili Machibia, correct? Okay. From Institute of Rural Development Planning, Tanzania. He has an abstract and he will be presenting online. Mr. Jackson, please confirm if you are ready to present.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please, we can hear you loud and clear. Kindly proceed.
All right, can you see the screen?
Yes, Mr. Jackson, we can see your screen. Kindly summarize in 8 minutes, please.
All right, thank you very much for this opportunity. I'll be very brief and I'll be very different from my predecessor because I'm going to stick on an abstract for the maximum of 8 minutes with a very few explanations. And so my name is Jackson Bulili Onchibia from Tanzania. I'm working as a lecturer, researcher, and consultant at the Institute of Rural Development Planning in Mwanza, Tanzania. So my paper is about the impact of clean cooking energy on women's lifespan in Tanzania. So this is the evidence from the auto-regressive distributed lag model. And the coverage of my presentation are very few, just 4 things. 1, introduction. 2nd, methodology, key finding, and then the last policy implications and conclusion. So starting with the introduction is, so we all know the clean cooking energies actually in Tanzania, basically. So this paper is specifically for the Tanzania context. And it is very important to understand the significance of the clean cooking energy for the Tanzania population, especially women, empowerment in terms of sustainable development and their health impact. And so most of the previous research just find that about 90% of Tanzanian households depend on biomass fuel such as wood, charcoals, and agricultural residues. So, and actually the escalating agenda is that, which is also justified by a variety of literatures, is that the consistent use of this biomass affect the women lifespan very seriously by causing the various diseases such as the cardiovascular diseases such as and respiratory diseases such as asthma and the heart attacks, which actually kills most very, very seriously, and it affected the health of the women who spend most of their time cooking in the household. So this brings the very hot agenda, and actually drove me to do this kind of research to come up with something which can help the Tanzanian government to assist or to revamp the lifespan of the women in the country. So the purpose of my study was to investigate the impact of adopting clean cooking energy on the lifespan of the women in Tanzania. So actually, by doing this research, the aim is to fill the existing literature gap using the new approach, which is actually ARDL. And the methodology, the methodology used in very brief, the data type, I used the time series data from 1990 to 2022 from the World Bank data set, actually looking at the world development indicators. And then the estimation model used was the ARDL, autoregression distributive lag model. And of course, the main variable here was clean energy, life expectancy. This life expectancy, I just consider the life expectancy for female, because this study was very specific for women. Women. Yeah? And the clean energy, I just used the proxy of the percentage of those who access clean energy and fuel in the population of Tanzania. And I had the control variables, which is carbon dioxide emissions from manufacturing industries. I had the literacy rate and the healthcare. Then the key findings from the analysis show that there is a positive relationship between the clean energy use and the life expectancy. So we have the positive impact of using clean energy on life expectancy of women in a short run, but also in a long run, you find there is uncertainty. Why? Because there are some issues in the long run can happen which can hinder the positive impact to be actually affected and become negative due to things like maybe increasing the cost of the clean energy, or the deterioration of or destruction of the infrastructures, which may hinder the prolongation of the positivity impact on the lifespan of the women. And so, and of course, this was again non-significant in my analysis. So this highlights the need for the adequate infrastructure management for prolonged exposure to industrial energy emissions and equitable access to exposure to hazardous materials or unsafe working conditions, as I explained it. Other findings indicate that there is a detrimental impact of carbon dioxide emission from industries, which actually emphasize the importance of literacy rate as well, because there is a negative relationship between the carbon emission and the lifespan. That means the emission from the manufacturing industry affects the lifespan of the women. Why? Because it contributes to the environmental degradation and air pollution, which is actually the source of the health diseases such as those cardiovascular diseases and the respiratory diseases. And the finding from the literacy variable shows the positive impact on the lifespan of the women, because it seems that if women are very highly educated, they can have ability to obtain a very reliable and the right health information about the health needs. And so this contributes to the positive impact of the lifespan of women. In terms of the health services, also it indicated the positive impact on lifespan, because improvement of health services also improve the living condition of the women in the society in Tanzania. And so the R square also indicated 90%, which is actually the good fit of the model. Lastly, what are the implications now for these findings? So actually the study underscored the need for the targeted policies such as promoting clean energy solutions in household and the industries, such as use of the LPGs and other clean energy sources to protect the women and they have the longevity life, and actually allow them to participate in the development activities with a good heart, good health. But also for enhancing healthcare access and improve literacy rates to achieve sustainable and better health outcomes, and actually empower women to participate fully in socio-economic development activities in Tanzania. So actually, if you are for those who need to understand more details on my paper, it can be actually available upon request for reviewers to understand very well what has been written. So thank you very much with a very brief presentation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jackson Bulili Machibia. That was very elaborate. And at this juncture, because our time is fast spent, I would like to invite our reviewers, and we'll start with Dr. Angela Muvumba Selstrom from the Nordic Africa Institute. Dr. Angela, are you on call? Dr. Angela, are you on call?
Yes, hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dr.
everyone.
Angela. In the interest of time, kindly use 8 minutes. Pick out the key points for your review, and you can send the rest of the review or the slides to Dr. Sylvie Namwase. She will share the rest of the review notes with the presenters. Kindly.
Thank you very much, moderator. It's really a pleasure to be with you from Sweden. I'm actually born in Jinja, and so it's very nice to have a little visit to Uganda virtually this afternoon. To be able to, and I hope everyone can hear me, I'll be very brief, I think. I have the privilege of being a discussant for the paper by Jacob Dreyer and Lucas Kirby, Charcoal Value Chains and Energy Transitions in East Africa, Insights from a Semi-Systematic Literature Review. Jakob has already presented the paper, so I won't take time doing that now. I want to just highlight a few things. I'll try to make my reflections focusing on the overall contribution of the manuscript, the take that the authors take on their results and analysis, their methods and approach, and their key recommendations. The main research question of the overall project is what changes do internationally induced interventions into charcoal value chains in Tanzania, Kenya, and Uganda cause? I wanted to challenge the authors to reframe this question. It's a bit difficult to understand the causal direction that they're trying to get at. I think that it might be more interesting to just focus on what effects the international interventions have on charcoal value chains. This paper is a systematic literature review, so its main contributions, which I'll get into now, are around helping readers understand really what the literature has already said about these effects of international interventions. The paper does this very well. It makes a very important contribution. It synthesizes a really fragmented body of research on charcoal and climate governance and energy transitions. It identifies key geographic, thematic, and conceptual gaps, which I'll get into. And it has a real emphasis on the tensions in the literature. I would make a suggestion that in order to make this contribution much more visible to the reader, much more comprehensible, and to have a manuscript that has a little bit more utility going forward, also for developing theoretical building blocks for future studies, I would really suggest that they dig into a little bit the underlying logics at play to sharpen these logics. Is the core issue that climate governance interventions mainly prioritize ecological mitigation goals and that they overlook social realities? The paper says so, but what is the logic? Why that? Is it that the research has now only reproduced a kind of technocratic logic? It has sidelined social justice and local institutions. This is what the paper says, but I think that this could be teased out much more. The paper talks about tensions. It identifies tensions between livelihoods and ecology, the emphasis on agents of change as north-south mainly versus the local, the technocratic versus social framings. These can be framed as logics that are underpinning the existing literature, and therefore show the tension that they create. And then lastly, I think it's important to identify the tensions. What does tensions mean for three things? What does the tensions mean for empirical reality, for the trade-offs that households will make, and for policy framings, and then lastly for the literature itself? I'll just barely touch on the manuscript's methods and approaches and share the rest with the authors. I really like this semi-systematic review. I think it's really appropriate. I think it's really carefully executed. It's very clear what was included and what was excluded. And the coding was very clearly stipulated. I thought as a lay reader that lay readers may have difficulty understanding what is semi-systematic about this review type. Can you as authors be much more clear about what is meant by semi-systematic in juxtaposition to a more kind of systematic approach? I understand there's a lot of iterativeness in the process, which perhaps is partly what the semi-systematic comes from. Can you specify why you excluded a lot of the gray literature? And I think that I understand why you've stipulated this as an academic survey, but the gray literature would have been useful because it really would capture a lot of development practices. So NGO reports and case studies, particularly from the Global South, would have really changed, I think, the kind of, perhaps, the actual findings in your review. So it's important to explain why you excluded this literature much more, and what it means, how it limits the results of your review. It would be really helpful to give us a bit of understanding about the interpretive process amongst the researchers, amongst the two of you, in terms of how you interpreted different studies. You initially each read 20, I believe. So it would be really helpful to give us an understanding of what happened in that process. What happened if there was inconsistency? What happened if you disagreed on coding? And then reflect upon the reliance on Scopus and Web of Science, how this might privilege publications in international journals and miss maybe other outlets. And maybe this has some kind of effect on the way that the data set looks, and how it may include or exclude certain epistemic communities. Really briefly on the results, I think that the results speak for themselves. They're very interesting facts that you find that a rural bias, an imbalance, a huge gap in studies on Uganda and in Uganda, an overemphasis on technological interventions. All of these are well substantiated. And the recognition that Red Plus dominates the literature is also an important insight. To strengthen this, I think you should go back again to my thing about logics. Why is Uganda understudied? What is the political context, perhaps, or the status of research infrastructure or donor priorities that have perhaps made Uganda understudied? Why the focus on technological fixes? Why does this dominate? What are the logics of donors in quantifiable outcomes, perhaps, or their overemphasis on numbers or technology? What about the fact that maybe available funding streams and disciplinary biases influence this emphasis that the literature kind of only captures technological fixes, or the researchers are only doing research like that, where the agent is in such a way that the agent is working on technological fixes? You don't necessarily have to answer all this, but I think you could flesh it out and kind of maybe problematize or provoke readers to think about these logics that are underlying the production of this literature. Why do justice and institutional questions receive less attention, for example? Talk about a little bit about the methodological challenges and maybe the political sensitivities around these issues. Then when there are major gaps that are noted, important gaps, maybe it would help to give a little bit of a descriptive synthesis of what the few studies you found actually do say. So for example, you only in 114 studies, I think there are only 3 on gender and charcoal, if I understand correctly. What do those studies say? That could help illustrate both the scarcity of work and its potential significance. Then it's a similar thing with the Red Plus projects. These are dominant, it's clear. Perhaps give us a bit more information about the outcomes and how they're documented.
Angela, kindly conclude.
Yes.
Kindly conclude in 30 seconds.
In how many seconds?
30.
30 seconds. I'm really almost done. I'll be done right now. I have I have no other big recommendations. I just would like to kind of underscore that one thing you could do in your conclusions, and maybe highlight the contribution a bit more, is to suggest ways that this review can be useful for different types of audiences. How can it be useful for scholars? Maybe suggest to them ways to enter into the literature. What is important for policymakers? Stress kind of the importance of integrating gender and justice considerations. And then for donors and for governments, focus on maybe the fact that the literature right now is overinvestment in technological fixes, and that there needs to be some work on parallel institutions. You do this a little bit when you talk about the EU and AU and regional approaches, but you could flesh this out a little bit more. Thank you so much for the time, and thanks everyone for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Angela Muvumba Selstrom from Nordic Africa Institute. I would like to invite Dr. Matthew Mabele from the Department of Geography, University of Dodoma, Tanzania, to give his remarks. You're most welcome. It's okay, you can speak from there. Yes.
Yeah, so thank you very much for the organizers for inviting me. This actually is my second time at Makerere. Last year I was with Patrick, almost discussing similar issues. So Makerere University is almost becoming a second kind of home for me. Yeah, so I have a task to comment on Jacob and Lucas' paper, but also on Grayson Yamoga's abstract. So I'll just start with Jacob and Lucas' paper, building on what Angela just said, particularly in terms of some of the missing links in terms of the underlying logics for some of those findings and insights that their systematic review is providing. So in terms of a suggestion for improvement, I was thinking, so systematic review are very important, but they tend to miss out those underlying logics and forces behind some of those insights and findings. One of the methods or methodology to counter that is bibliometric analysis, which is a more quantitative systematic literature review, because bibliometric analysis helps you to understand some of these connections between different research constituents. So it could be the authors, the institutions, the countries, the journals where this literature is published. So providing a space to examine contribution of these different constituents. And I think that is very important because once you understand who are the authors of those published literature, their institutional affiliations, their countries of origins, but also where the kind of journals that publish such research, and then it will be very easy to understand why maybe Uganda is underrepresented, or why certain insights like more focus on rural areas or more focus on forest landscapes. So that will give just a picture why such results are found because of the influence of these constituents, the authors, where they're coming from, but also the institutions and countries of origin, but also the journals which publish such research. Because I'm saying this because also I saw in the paper, there are a lot of publications that are missing just because they are not published in these high impact factor journals where this Lucas and Jacob focused much on. There are plenty of research from Tanzania, on charcoal urban dynamics, but these are mostly published, in some of these local journals, so if you miss out there, such insights, and then obviously such findings could be provided as they have done. But also bibliometric analysis also helps you to do science mapping, so understanding the relationship between these research constituents, so trying to kind of establish a structural connection in the intellectual collaborations, which also determine what kind of literature and published materials are found. Because this is also shaped by the funding landscape. Who are the funders, of such research? Because the funders, as one of the reviewers said earlier today, the funders also determine, the kind of narratives that are going to be shaped by research. And then bibliometric analysis also helps to do some kind of network analysis, so understanding the importance of some of these research constituents, so the importance of some of the authors, some of the journals, but also some of the institutions, and this could help to really be able to map and visualize the authorship and the institutional collaborations, which could also determine the kind of results that the authors have been able to produce. A bibliometric analysis could be one of the options to kind of take on board what Angela said in terms of understanding the underlying logics behind some of those insights and results. So that could be one of the ways to go about it. And then my second comment, despite the very important significance of this manuscript, but also I think I partially agree with Angela in terms of some of the difficulties, to establish the causality, if they are focused on the causes, if they are trying to focus on the causes that are changed by these internationally induced interventions. Because, so far in the manuscript, that is not really established. And because it's not easy to establish such a relationship. So I agree with what Angela suggested in terms of maybe trying to focus more on effects and so on. And a very small specific comments on some of the issues which I noted. I'll share the detailed feedback. One specific issue which I noted is in their findings, they do say that certain studies mention charcoal explicitly. This is a bit tricky because charcoal has several terms. There are several terms that could denote charcoal, that is as applied in the literature. Some could say wood fuel, also meaning charcoal and fuel and firewood. Some could say fuel wood. Some could say solid biomass energy. So it's very important to understand this. If you say that charcoal is missing just because it is not explicitly mentioned, and then that might create some biases. So it's important when they do the content analysis as have they done with the papers, it's important to dig deep and try to see what other terms are used to represent charcoal as it is used in the literature. But also, what I'm going to say, it's my notes sound very good, but also in the spirit of this seminar, as I understood from the concept note that Sylvie shared in terms of trying to understand this north-south inequalities and divides, I have a comment on the authorship of the presenters. From what I've seen, both are coming from Denmark. They're talking about these charcoal value chains and energy transition in East Africa. So I was, expecting that even the authorship composition should also show that kind of, trying to deal with these inequalities and divides. So I'm not trying to challenge the project, but this is just a suggestion, because this is some of the things that we are trying to sort of move away from this sort of parachute science and, and the dominance of particular side of the world when it comes to speaking and writing issues about Africa and East Africa. So that is just a suggestion. If it fits and suits you, and then you can think about the authorship where you can also involve other members of the project from this part of the region. Yeah, so more detailed feedback I'll share with you. And then my second, on the abstract by Nyamoga on the topic, which is very important, and that has been, it has been one of the very dominant narratives that we have read throughout the day in terms of charcoal production and consumption as threat to forest resources and the so-called sustainable forest management. So this is very classic sort of narrative within the energy forest nexus the so-called wood fuel crisis narrative, which depicts charcoal production and consumption as negative. This is a very dominant narrative, which is in the academic discourse, but also even the policy document and policy discussions. But why that is happening at the continental level, even when you think of the African Union, there have been moves towards thinking of charcoal, sustainable charcoal production. So I think in Nyamoga and all of the presentations that have sort of reproduced this narrative, which has roots in colonial forest science, which was brought by the German colonization in East Africa. They brought this kind of scientific ideals of separating people from forest ecosystems and classifying people's ways of engaging forests as threats and disturbances to natural processes in these forest ecosystems. So I would like us to sort of move away from such crisis narratives and colonial-rooted narratives, because as we're speaking, in many countries in Africa, including Tanzania, Malawi, and Ghana, there have been interventions that indicates charcoal can be produced sustainably. So why should we just keep on reproducing the same kind of narratives, which are actually very much counterproductive, as Emmanuel has said, because most of the times the responses to that is that burning charcoal, and Emmanuel has presented how that is not really productive. So why don't we engage productively with charcoal because of such evidences, and this is it's a kind of like a challenge to Nyamoga, because in Tanzania we have a very specific intervention called Sustainable Charcoal Model, and it introduces formalization and institutionalization of charcoal making by also looking at all the different stages of the charcoal value chain. So from production level, there have been how trees are being harvested, the kind of the sizes of the trees that are supposed to be harvested for charcoal making, but also improvement in the kilns so that to increase the efficiency, because these traditional kilns tend to be quite inefficient, but with such a model, the efficiency level have actually, some of the earliest studies indicated, it has even increased to 25%. So getting 25 kilograms of charcoal out of 100 kilograms of logs and wood, and that is quite a significant improvement. So why don't we need to think of that and focus on that? And that is important, even taking back to what Patrick said in the early today, in terms of trying to contextualize these discussions, and that is very important. And then the second feedback to Nyamoga is also in terms of the link between charcoal making, deforestation. As I've said, that is one of the very dominant narratives and misconceptions that has been debunked for so many years, and I wonder why it just keeps on being reproduced, while evidence indicates actually charcoal making is more linked to degradation than deforestation, because most of the producers, they know what kind of tree species that are good for charcoal making, so they do more selective cutting. It's only the farmers who clear the land to make charcoal when they do that. So such a link is, it's very debated, debunked, and it's important to avoiding such reproduction of such narratives. And then lastly, I know Nyamoga, you might come across this, but I think what is important as a suggestion for you going forward is that in 2007, there was a study by Tuyeni Mwampamba who did almost similar to what you are proposing, and actually she suggested that she predicted, because she also did some modeling and scenario building, and she predicted by the year 2028, so 3 years from now, almost there wouldn't be any forest on public lands if we keep on the same consumption patterns, the same inefficiency in the kilns, the technologies, but also the same forest management practices. So I would challenge you, Nyamoga, to go back to that study and try to see how you can build on it when you do the modeling and the projection that you are suggesting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Matthew Mabele from the Department of Geography, University of Dodoma. That was a very an in-depth review. Thank you so much. I would like to invite Mr. Ngogo Mangenyi. Yes? Yes. Mr. Ngogo Mangenyi, a PhD student from St. Augustine University, Tanzania. He is standing in for Dr. Rosemary Mwaipopo. Kindly be brief in less than 8 minutes, please.
Thank you. I'm going to read the comments made by Professor Mwaipopo on Dr. Emmanuel Lwankomez's paper. In the introduction section, while mentioning facts on the unique position of northern Uganda to illuminate charcoal production and consumption, socioeconomic and cultural complexities within the broader climate change and energy transition, could the author briefly describe what interventions or policies that have been taken to address the circumstances that northern Ugandan communities face on the question of having access to cleaner energies? And this would strengthen the message to the reader about nature of intervention. On the theoretical consideration, with the issues of social constructivism and the conflict theories, you should, for example, in this case, the social justice is a powerful statement, but you didn't show how it was reflected in your study. On material and methods, please provide data or resources to support purposive selection of the sampled districts, and either delete the word such as guru, etc., to firmly declare where the study was conducted and their justification as relevant study areas. Briefly add more meat on the contention that the topics discussed were sensitive by giving the reader pointers on which were such topics and how did you as a researcher handle them. Is it possible to give examples for this contention that new conflicts over land use for alternative energy project may arise or reflect in any findings from the study? Let us go to the results section. How was this stratification? I mean stratification by gender and the production, consumption role in terms of three groups, producers, trade, and the consumer. How low income or others reflected in the findings, especially in the tables, and taken up in the discussion section. Some of the qualitative responses given as quotation do not give the type or category of the respondent to enrich data analysis and discussion. This has somehow limited the strength of the contention given. You can see some examples from the written comments. What did men say about the use of charcoal in the homes? You have to show that. In a social conflict, please clarify this quotation. Findings show that household dependent upon private forest access were 2.8 times more likely with a p-value less than 0.05 to report internal conflict than their counterparts sourcing wood from communally owned lands. In FGDs, participants narrated how conservation enforcement and forest demarcation disrupted traditional governance structures so that the local elite could be empowered in alignment with the state or NGO initiative. Restructuring of the authority has soured the dispute to the extent that some elders would accuse local leaders of selling the forest. Which forest is referred to here? The private or communally owned, and hence who spoke of more conflict than others? In the same way that the market rearrangement created tension at border, so did there's restructuring of boundary. Does this statement have a context in your study? You have to look on that. In the discussion part, please enrich the results section to allow the discussion to be able to strong draw on observation from the field and hence varied analytical presentation and drawing of themes. Consider other fresh insights drawn from this study as a contribution to the subject. Some issues which I think can be raised as a fresh contribution to this subject on energy transition could be community organizing through cooperative groups to buy LPG kits, but I do not see this contention supported by the data in the results section and several others. In your conclusion and recommendation, the conclusion and recommendation are relevant and clearly written, but the general comment from the reviewer is consider making an appraisal of current effort on this question to illustrate how this recommendation intend to make a difference towards understanding and accommodating people's cultural and social circumstances regarding charcoal and clean or green energies and climate change. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ngogo Mangenyi, and also to Dr. Rosemary Mwaipopo. We are very grateful. Thank you. I would like to invite our last reviewer for our last panel, Professor Optuna Kweka from the Department of Geography, University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Professor, you're most welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'll try to be quick. I know we don't have much time. I think I had the opportunity of reviewing 3 proposals. The first one was Jane Mushi's. And let me also say that I did not have a chance to see the papers. And so if I miss something from the presentation, you will excuse me. I hope I'll get the papers so that I can be able to give detailed comments. But my quick comments. Okay, thank you. My quick comments on Jen's, which was the shift to clean cooking, exploring women's perspectives in climate change mitigation, a case study of Lake Zone, Tanzania, which I read as a work that is looking at the women's perspectives. One quick comment, minor. I'm sorry, I won't have time to talk about the positives, but just comments to enhance the paper. I'm not sure if LPG is clean energy. I think in a recent discussion we've had, LPG is not clean, so you may wish to correct that. But the paper is based on the premise that women in urban areas have access to clean fuel, and actually is questioning now how do they adapt. But one thing that I saw clearly is that I don't know how the questions were generated, because first of all, we didn't get a quick review of literature, even though there's a mapping of the theories. So I hope the actual paper is doing that, so I'll be able to connect well. So I missed something before hearing the research questions. And also how the title is linked to the research question was difficult for me to grasp. When I say it's based on the premise that women in urban areas have access to clean energy, I see that there is an assumption in the paper that women in urban areas are the same. They are also not the same. So they are not homogeneous. And if you're talking of, there's also a gendered perspective. Maybe we should look at, for example, I've been asking myself, when a wife or the mother is cooking, sometimes they may use gas, but then when the house girls are cooking, they will be using maybe charcoal. So we need to differentiate these women in urban area, whether it's a house girl cooking or the mother, but also I wish you could do the gendered, which could talk about even the youth nowadays, youth, male and female, they're actually adapting to something very different. And I see most of them don't use charcoal. They try to use the very new technologies that are coming up. They're not even very expensive, some of them. So in your research, maybe you can try to focus also on youth, and when men are cooking, what energy are they using? Okay. On the methodology, it went very quick, but I wonder who are the key informants, because you mentioned about doing key informants, but I didn't hear the list of the people called key informants. And also, why are you doing a survey and a focus group discussion at the same time? Normally, when you can do a survey, that means you may do away with focus group discussion. So you may wish to explain to us why the combination of the qualitative and the quantitative. So that was the first paper. The second, on overcoming barrier to the adoption by MHACHE, adoption of alternative energy in East Africa, evidence from Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. I wanted to bring you into the attention of something that I call community energy. If you can explore ways in which probably we can think about schools, prisons, refugee camps as areas where we can mobilize community energy. And I know there is already an initiative from the government which you didn't mention, so maybe you may wish to review quickly policies and approaches by the government and update the paper. You talked about, the paper talks about population increase in Dar es Salaam, but I think we need to talk about the recent relocation of civil servants from Dar es Salaam to Dodoma and the implication on energy use. I don't think it is the same, and I don't think it is increasing. So I wish to see if at all we are seeing changes in that one, because already in Dodoma, we are seeing areas around Dodoma which used to have forests are actually depleting. I'm doing this research with one of my former PhD students to document using GIS on the impact of relocation to Dodoma on the forest nearby. So I think it has released pressure from Dar es Salaam, but you can correct me with your research if you have data on the population decrease by relocation. The paper talks about documentary literature review. This is a minor comment on, I think when we talk of documentary, we are talking of documents like secondary data sources. So maybe you can separate this or use literature, just literature review and not the documentary literature review. I also noticed a discussion on issues of solar and other renewable energies, but I think throughout this morning, people have been talking about diversifying. There's a lot of diversifying practices which you can capture. Some people are using solar maybe for boiling water in their households, and actually solar, you don't need sunlight, you just need some light because they actually store. Yes, it's not doing well during the rain season, but at least it's subsidizing the cost. So maybe we can discuss about, yes, we may have high cost during the rain season and using other alternatives, but when it's sunny, we can tap the solar. There was a comparison of cost of charcoal, a bag of charcoal and LPG gas. I think you need to really give us details on these calculations because We are talking from this morning that the purchase of the charcoal is in retail form, in small scale, 1,000 T shillings, 2,000. People are just buying a tin of charcoal to use because of the poverty and lack of affordability of the gas. So I think this comparison has not captured the realities on the ground, and maybe you could suggest repackaging of the gas so that it can be maybe 2 kg, 1 kg, so that people can buy 1,000, 2,000, and then go and refill after a few days. That could be one of the adaptation strategies. So maybe you could enhance the calculations by telling us how many days they use, family size. Those kind of calculations are needed. If there's any literature on that as well, you can inform and improve the paper on that. Yes, and yeah, I agree with the comments that were given at the end. I mean, the conclusion, loans, schools, but I think there's also waste as charcoal, that there's an effort with women in urban areas to use, to prepare, not charcoal, to prepare, I don't know, waste, and it can be used as energy. I have to remember the concept. So that is comment for the second presenter. On the third presenter, Jackson Bulili Machibia, impact of clean cooking energy on homes and lifespan on women's lifespan in Tanzania, evidence from auto-regression distribution lag. This was a healthy issue paper, but one thing that was not clear, I didn't know why you're focusing on women only, but also maybe a control study will be useful. And when you talk of industries, I couldn't tell exactly what type of industries are these. Are these cooking industries on the street, or you are talking of industries in what sense? So maybe you can give, I hope the paper is giving details on the type of industry so we can understand. And normally impact studies are difficult, but I think I saw you have done a time series data, but I'm also suggesting considering either review or doing control before and after, and some kind of regression studies. Yeah, I will stop here. I had comments also from the first and the second, if I still have time, but if I don't, I can stop here. Just to learn Gomez's presentation, when you said there's more meaning to charcoal, charcoal is not just energy, I think we need to push a little bit, maybe it was in the comment, but I'm just thinking of the ways in which, for example, my research on Maasai and Keto. Keto is not just a livelihood, it is connected to the culture, like marriage, you know, you give, but it's also connected to when you are using traditional medicine in the Maasai, you drink a lot of soup. So when you don't have keto, that means it's also about medicine. So if you can bring those kind of connections, or more quotes that will show us the cultural meanings, the other meanings that are attached to charcoal, it will be very useful, especially when we're creating awareness, to be able to change the attitude and support those people. And I think on the systematic review, I agree with Matthew's comments. When we are talking of decolonizing research, Scopus is seen as a colonial tool. So we need to think about our own, and we are talking of localizing research or localizing charcoal. How much has been written by students and staff in Makerere University? How much is available in East Africa libraries and universities on charcoal, and what does it say? The voices of the Global South, the voices of East Africa, the voices of African scholars in this Scopus industry. So thank you, I'll stop here.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Optuna Kweka from Department of Geography, University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. And we have come to the end of our panel. Thank you so much, our dear presenters. Thank you so much, our dear reviewers. We are truly grateful for your time and the knowledge that you have shared. Thank you so much. Thank you. I have also come to the end of my moderation, and I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all the presenters, the reviewers, for your cooperation, Dr. Sylvie Namwase, Huri Peck, all the partners, everyone who has partnered on this project. Thank you so much. And to my fellow young people in the audience, I hope this knowledge that we have gained today and the very insightful perspectives we have gained, we can learn from our adults and also take them on. Maybe you can also write abstracts and papers like them. For the closing remarks, I would like to invite my senior, my mother, my mentor, Dr. Zahara, the Deputy Dean of School of Law, Makerere University, to invite the VIP who is going to give our closing remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, our moderator. Can we give her another round of applause? It is not easy steering a panel after the lunch, the heavy lunch. Colleagues, we have come to the end of a long day. Can we clap for ourselves? We are the brave ones. Can we also clap for our colleagues who have come from afar? From Lira, Gulu, Muni, East Africa, Denmark, Sweden, and ourselves. Thank you very much for being part of this conversation. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I have the task to welcome the Director of Research, Innovations and Partnerships this evening to make some remarks and close this seminar. Professor Robert Wamala, before I invite you to make your remarks, I'd like to say a few things. First of all, thank you very much for being here at 6:30 p.m. We don't take it for granted. It's 1 hour after the time that we had allocated to you. Secondly, we've been here all day. We've been joined by colleagues, both online and physical, and we appreciate. We also appreciate our service providers. I think we haven't had many glitches like technology normally does. Thank you very much. Professor Wamala, as you've been able to catch up with the parts of the last panel, we are talking about charcoal, climate mitigation, climate change mitigation, energy transition, many of the pressing issues that are affecting livelihoods, health, environmental sustainability in the country today. And in light of the policy pushes coming from the international, from the national level, the president has called for a ban on charcoal. So for us as researchers, we are interested in looking at what are the implications for some of these policy dimensions. The conversations we've had today will not stop here. At the end of our research, we shall produce a book. We shall also have a special journal issue, a journal issue from the Human Rights and Peace Center. And we hope that this engagement will be one that will promote the research agenda of Makerere University and Africa generally. So with those few highlights, I would like to welcome you to make your remarks and to officially close the seminar. Professor Robert Wamala, Director, Research, Innovations and Partnerships of Makerere University. Professor.
Thank you very much. It's really indeed a pleasure being here. Allow me to ride on the protocol that has previously been laid out. When I was asked to give closing remarks about this particular event, I thought what I would say as a statistician, but number two, also as a director, research, innovations and partnerships at Makerere University. And these are my thoughts that I was able to come up with. As we do come to a close of today's event or seminar, which is titled Localizing Debates on Cooking Fuels Amidst Energy Transitions and Climate Change Dilemmas in East Africa, or in Africa in general, allow me to thank the Human Rights and Peace Center at the School of Law for convening such a timely and important discussion. Also, allow me to extend my appreciation to the scholars who have shared their draft papers, abstracts, and all the participants for their engaging contributions that I was able to hear for the short time that I was here. You will agree with me that what has emerged clearly is that the subject of cooking fuel is not a peripheral issue, right? It is central to the grand challenges facing our societies. And so this seminar has touched on two critical themes of Makerere University's research agenda. Number one, natural resources management and climate change on one hand, and on the other hand, agricultural transformation, food security in a way, and livelihoods. The themes remind us that the energy choices we make have direct implications, not only for environmental sustainability, but also for household incomes, health, and dignity of livelihoods across Africa and the globe at large. At Makerere University, we have prioritized research that responds to grand challenges: sustainable development, climate change, energy, security, and the livelihoods of our people. And therefore, these debates on cooking fuels, whether charcoal, like I've seen, firewood, all emerging alternatives, these all speak directly to this agenda by linking the environment, health, law, and human rights in a way or another. I'll bring this home for Uganda and the wider region. This topic resonates with pressing national priorities. Our communities face daily dilemmas in balancing energy needs with environmental sustainability and climate commitments. Policymakers in that case require sound evidence to regulate fuels in ways that safeguard livelihoods, protect forests, and ensure affordable access to energy. And so the insights that we are generating in this discussion will, or even some of them which have already results, provide the kind of knowledge that can guide this delicate balance and act in a way. At the continental level, as I've just heard from some of the papers, Africa is at the forefront of the global climate crisis,
yet also endowed with unique opportunities to innovate in energy transitions that are just and inclusive. The scholarship we've nurtured today, all for the workshop, contributes to Africa's voices in global climate negotiations and demonstrates that solutions must be rooted in our own lived realities, not imported perspectives like some have done. Allow me at this particular point extend my heartfelt appreciation to our partners who have made this possible. Number one, like I did say earlier as I was starting, the Human Rights and Peace Center of the School of Law at Macquarie University. Thank you very much. Number two, the Center for Resolution of International Conflicts at the University of Copenhagen in Denmark. And last but not least, St. Augustine University of Tanzania. Your collaborations exemplify the power of cross-institutional partnerships in advancing research that is globally grounded, yet globally connected as well. Last but not least, allow me to extend my sincere gratitude to the management of the School of Law for their invaluable role in organizing this seminar. Thank you very much, Dr. Zahara, and your management team. Like was said, your leadership, commitment, and attention to detail, like I've heard being said in the various reviewers, have provided an enabling environment for such an important exchange of ideas to happen. It is through your support that the Human Rights and Peace Center, together with our partners whom I've mentioned, have been able to convene scholars and practitioners around this critical theme. We deeply appreciate the school's dedication to advancing research and dialogue on issues that cut across law, human rights, and sustainable development. As I do close, allow me to commend all of you for your commitment and resilience, like Dr. Zahara said. Those of us who have been able to stay resilient up to now, thank you very much for being around and listening to these abstracts and disseminations. As a Directorate of Research, Innovations and Partnerships, we pledge to stand ready to support such work, ensuring that it finds pathways into policy, into practice, and innovations. I like what Dr. Zahara said, that we shall be preparing a book of abstracts to make sure that the discussions we've had today don't just end here, but they push across for others to look at and also pass forward in form of literature review and policy. I am therefore confident that the papers discussed today will grow into outputs that inform change at multiple levels of policy. I thank you for your participation and dedication. Let us continue to work together to ensure that the knowledge generated in the lecture rooms back at our universities, but in particular in the seminar that we've just had, translates into tangible benefits for our societies and for Africa's development as a whole. I thank you very much, and I wish you safe journeys back home as we do build for the future. Thank you very much. And the second role or task that I was given, I don't know if I still have that role to close. It is my singular honor and privilege to declare the workshop closed, but the conversations alive and going on.
Thank you very, very much, Professor. Can we give him another round of applause? Professor, from those hands, at least you shall remember that people here were happy you came as you drive back to your home and drive safely. Colleagues, we've come to the end. Thank you all so much for your contributions. I don't want to repeat, the good words of the professor, but I don't know who's going to give us some logistical next steps. Do we have any? Okay. So over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It is very bad manners to speak after my elders, but please pardon me. So as we come to the end of our seminar, kindly, there is evening tea and drinks. I'll not say cocktails. Okay, evening tea, please just outside. Kindly. Thank you so much. I remain Tumusime Jacqueline. Thank you.